Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Tuesday, September the 8th. My name is Barry Enerson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? All right, well, guys, we're in for a real rocky open, that's for sure. Look at the tech stocks. Look at Tesla. Tesla, of course, I think got hit again, not just because of downward pressure on tech, but also I think I read this morning that they're not going to be added to the S&P 500, which is what a lot of people were thinking was going to happen. That was a couple of weeks ago, conjecture, but it looks like they're not going to be added. So I don't know if that's putting further downward pressure on Tesla, down 14%, $61. But tech in general is just getting clobbered this morning, taking down the market. This is the biggest spy gap down we've seen in a while, down 5 points, 1.5% right now. But there are other things happening. So let's take a look at some of the others. Let's see, Albo, big gap up for Albo. Met the phase 3 endpoints positive, met. So there's a big gap up for Albo. Look at that, 79%. Another one, VXRT. I'm just sort of read the news. It's just a virus play. So it is pulling back quite a bit. 671, 558 now. So it's quite a big pullback so far. But it is a virus play. Another tech stock, a MAT, down 6%. I don't know if there's any specific reason for it. There's the 200-day moving average down here. So it's just down below the 200-day moving average for a MAT. mRNA, of course, one of the original virus plays, just getting kicked here. I guess competition, they're getting downgraded. Lots of competition now in the field, so mRNA just getting kicked. Big positive news here for Nikola. Whoops, NKLA. GM taking an 11% stake in them. NKLA, big papa for NKLA on the GM taking a 7% stake in them. I know, another beaten up virus play, but having a little resurgence this morning. A deal with Thermo Fisher to manufacture a vaccine for them. MICT. See if I see any specific news. I don't see any specific news for MICT. It is up, it is gapped up, big 16%. Big volume, low float, 5 million in the float. Pantera pins, gap down for it. The reason I kind of this one drew my attention was because 3253. In fact, I better put an alert right there. I mean, that's a pretty big area for it to try to hold. If it takes this out, look out below. So that is PINS. This one, just little bio, just got absolutely crushed on negative late stage data. Look at this, down 75%. I hope nobody was in this one. CRBP absolutely got crushed. Codex, CODX, another virus play. I don't see if I see any specific news. Oh yeah, enters agreement with Arches Research, not familiar with them at all, to expand virus testing services. So that is CODX. KMDA, KMDA, big gap up for it, 18%. It is a virus. There's some virus news also. But so far, this is just going to be a crushing start to the day. Look at the SPY right here. And I think, now this one, now listen, I refuse to believe this one can go any higher, but LUB, basically, shareholders have adopted the plan of liquidation and dissolution of this company. So sure, why not? Pop up, 4 million shares, 4.5 million shares. I just have a tough time, and it's through the 200-day moving average. I just have a tough time thinking this is going to keep going, but you know, maybe keep it on your radar, LUB. And Sorrento, all over the place still, but Sorrento, another gap down for Sorrento. The low on Friday was 571. I'm going to stick an alert right there, see if it takes out Friday's low again. There is some support around the 420 mark for Sorrento, SRNE. Okay, it is 9:11. Let me just do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. And yeah, I should mention this one, Children's Place, PLCE. Let's take a look at this one. This is the trade of the week. If you don't have it, if you didn't get it, I know some of you get frustrated every day or every Monday when you don't get it. Somehow, I don't know why. It goes maybe into your spam, or at any rate, if you don't have it, it's PLCE. I think I'll just post the alert up here. And it is considered live if it touches 24.75. Let me see what it is right now. However, you know, with the market doing what it's doing, you know, I'd be very, very, very wary of going along anything until we see any sort of maybe at least neutral. Doesn't have to be ripping higher, but anyway, 24.75 is the suggested trigger for place. And what is, just let me quickly look to see what the stop is. So the rising 20-day moving average. On the daily chart, of course. So there we go. There's your trade of the week. All right, let me go and check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning from briefing.com. Analysts working overtime on the upgrades this weekend. Interesting. Let me get a few of them in. I see Home, Larissa, Home has got an upgrade for what it's worth today. Just a few more upgrades to go. Okay, there's some of the upgrades from briefing.com. I'll get the downgrades in now. Not as many downgrades, actually. All right, guys, there are the upgrades. There are the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. That's the suggested buy point for Place PLC. That's the suggested buy point. If it gets to that, I mean, you don't have to follow it exactly, but I mean, that is the suggested entry for PLCE. All right, so I did not. Oops, what happened here? Pinterest. Yeah, look at Pinterest, guys. This is so weak right now. PINS. So I did not change the symbol list name, third week in a row. So if you saved these windows from last week, you're still good to go. If you want to follow my watch list up and down, if you haven't done that before, then all you have to do is click on, from the toolbar, click on New, Channel Bar, and then my watch list, Barry's watch list. You'll get these three windows only, plus a couple of charts, but this is the focus. It's just on these three windows. Nothing will happen in these two windows right here, the up and down, until at least 9:45. I put a delay on getting any alerts until at least 15 minutes after the market opens in these two windows. Remember, everything in the channel bar is a layout. So before you click on anything, make sure you save your layout to the cloud, because you can only have one layout loaded at a time. And as always, I will be connecting to the simulator, TraderData Simulator. If you are new to trading, I'm going to go over this in a little while, but you can use this. Practice trading, paper trading. It's using our real-time data. Doesn't matter what broker you have. Checking to see if anything. I did see this SRAX. SRAX. I'm not sure I saw any specific news on it. Aftermarket. Okay. LD micro acquisition deal. This happened. This happened on Sunday? Looks like they actually announced on Sunday an LD micro acquisition deal. Okay, so there's your news for SRAX. And I did just check, and the promo code is still alive. Okay, so for 20% off, just want to pop this in. This will definitely expire tonight. Okay, so that code will definitely expire tonight, so you can still get 20% off the first month only or the entire year. Again, it's a good chance to try us out. You know, you don't have to take out a yearly subscription. You can just take out, say, the standard monthly. And if you like it, you want to upgrade, if you do it within 30 days, we'll honor that 20% promo code. Well, I think most things are going to go lower. I mean, understand that, when the trade of the week is, we don't know what the market's going to do Monday morning. So he's just looking for things over the weekend that might look interesting. And, he came up with that one. But of course, all bets are off. I mean, if the market does what it's doing right now, first of all, it probably, well, it won't trigger. Number one, it won't trigger. All right, guys. Well, lube is on the move here. So, I mean, I did see what somebody posted. This could be a one-day wonder of a stock to trade. And it is a low float. Yeah, 18 million in the float. So it's already traded 5.8 million. This will trade the float today almost for sure. Checking some of the, let's see, Vino is holding, kind of holding. VXRT, fading. MICT, not doing too badly. Fading a little bit though. These are all the pre-market movers. Looking at NIO here also. NIO getting weaker. Boy, look how choppy this is on that daily chart. Very, very choppy. Looking at this little one, BBI, broke through $1 briefly, BBI. Looks like there's some downward pressure on some of these EV stocks. Here's Plug on the way down. Take a look at Ballard. Ballard on the way, just a little bit. Checking some of the SPACs here. FMCI, pressure. GRAF, probably some pressure. Shill. One too many L's. Not terrible. DPHC. Just trying to check some of these SPACs to see if they're what's happening in that little sector. Okay, John, I'll give you the link for that. Yeah, Lulu. Oh, it's incredible. $351. How's Peloton doing this morning? Yeah, you know what? I heard somebody maybe trying to private message me and I just can't see it. I don't know why. I don't know if that's Uriel or obviously I saw them earlier today. It was me. Okay, great. Well, guys, here are my gap downs and gap ups, and you can see, there are way more gap downs and gap ups this morning. So rocky open, another one overstock. Time is at 9:27, so getting set for the open. Schlumberger, I mean, just so many gap downs this morning. Uber. All right, I think I'll just get rid of these two. And typically, I don't trade the first 15 minutes anyway. Let things settle down just a little bit. Okay, one moment, please. Go-Go, a flyer from last week, starting to fade. Go-Go, like a lot of stocks. So let's take a look at the SPY. You know, it had a bit of a rally on Friday. You know, of course, this was Thursday. That was the big gap down day. It looked like it was going to have another big gap down day, but it did rally. I mean, it still closed negative, but it did rally. But look at it now. All right, so what time is it now? So less than a minute before the market opens. Well, let's have a great truncated trading week, everybody. And if you don't like to short, then you might be sitting your hands for a bit today anyway. That's big news for that elbow. Wow. I mean, that is 65% decent volume. But you know, the other thing, guys, you got to be so careful. Look at the float, 14 million in the float. We're open. Okay. So Momo on the way down continues. Boy, this is the third bad day, a couple of bad days, Thursday and Friday. Continuation today. It's not an all-time low, but let's take a look at the monthly chart and see. We have to go back to 2016, 4 years ago, before we see these sort of lows for Momo. And look at the SPY, the first candle, no rally yet. Well, play is modestly positive. Some volume coming into play. It's on my watch list, but it's modestly positive. Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen with this one today. I don't know if this is the only drug they have in their pipeline, but it certainly looks like it. Just got absolutely crushed. Late stage negative results for this CRBP. It's devastating. I hope nobody had this in the room that was holding it. Yeah, Momo continues down. As does Nile, continues down. Boy, and Rocket continues down after earnings right there. Not good. Then, of course, that didn't help. Big market sell-off Thursday, continuation Friday, and this just continues down, RKT. Look at INO. I mean, this one is just a messy, messy trader. It's gone negative now. Boy, that's one big ouch for RKT. It's right at Friday's low now, I think. What's the low? 22.56. It's right at Friday's low, guys. RKT, right there. Takes that out. I don't know. I mean, no real support. Notice there's nothing in the new highs. Nothing in here. No new highs yet. Make sure I didn't accidentally disable the new high alert. Nope. It's right there. So we've got some downward pressure on energy. We've got SU, APA, DVN, energy plays, all getting whacked here this morning. And something got halted. VVPR just got halted. Well, this is one bright light, I suppose. VVPR. What did it hit on Friday? It hit 1480 on Friday. So this just got halted. Niall's actually had a bounce now. Big bounce for Niall. Look at that bottoming tail there. Just a moment, please. All right, guys, look at SU, BKR. A lot of these energy plays are just getting thumped here, like most things in the market, but you know, these are showing up on the new lows. SU, APA, BKR. I'm in no rush. And KLA looks like a little bit of a fade starting here. NKLA. And this continues down. Competition concerns for mRNA, downgrades galore. So oh yeah, actually you're right. Look at the graph. Nice nice bounce here. That's my kind of my favorite one. I'm not sure why. Actually, even this one is bouncing off the lows, 1947, FMCI. Pretty choppy though. Look at that daily chart. Look at these topping tails, bottoming tails, the previous 2 days. Boy, energy is just getting creamed here. Another one, PE, underneath 10. Some support, maybe around 9 for this one. I mean, looking left, next low is right at the, you know, I mean, it's looking, this is for PE. The next low looking left, it's basically right there. All right, well, here's one that's moving higher. WKHS. So it might have been a little premature on the EVs. Look at WKHS. Look at this one ripping, guys. It's not a low float either. 92 million in the float. It's approaching, well, it's already at the high of 2147, so it's getting close to the high of, looks like a couple of months ago. WKHS. Another SPAC on the move here, LCA. Okay, and play. Boy, this one, this looks like it just sent a fluffy press release then for INO this morning. Thermo Fisher deal to manufacture a vaccine. Just nobody believes, well, I'm not saying nobody believes it, but I mean, look at the reaction early, all the way up to 1096, and now it's gone negative, INO. And the low of last week was 878. Okay, what is the market doing? Yeah, so still very weak. Dow's down 530. Wow, I mean we're really look at Nasdaq down almost over 400. Oh, look at this SWBI, guys. I mean, look at the low of 3 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, sorry. The low was 1658. Look where it is right now. This is SWBI, Smith and Wesson. You know, takes that out, and it's got, you know, 1430 underneath that. That was not one positive sector, not even gold. No flight to gold. Well, Mosaic on the way down, MOS. Well, that got pounded down. LCA got just pounded down. Wow, U.S. Steel. Look at U.S. Steel X. Boy, energy's just getting creamed here. DVN. How even SU. Just watching some of these. Okay, so VIPS showed up here, 1593 on the short. Potential short for my watch list. $15.20, let's see, the low of last week, which was the low of Thursday, looks like $15.25-ish. And that is for VIPS. Very possibly, Bob. Wow, I mean, look at these moves, guys. So that WKHS 2144, then it gets all the way down to 2003. I mean, there's basically a $1.50 move right there, but early on in the day. Oxy. All right, I am going to watch VIPS. I want to see if it can take out that low again, 1585. And especially if the market just continues down. Boy, look at these energy plays. Boy, Murphy Oil, I mean, look at this. I mean, if it takes out 11, that whole number, then you look underneath, really not a lot of support. Look at the downtrend it's been in. Yeah, I wouldn't be looking at any bounce plays yet, guys. I don't think I have not had a problem so far this morning with IB in terms of now I don't have any charts open, but not the quotes, not that I can see anyway. Another one that was flying out. Look at this after hours on. I guess that's Friday. SRAX. Now this looks like it's going to go negative. This is on a LD micro acquisition deal. It was halted, but it resumed. It's trading now. It was halted, but it resumed. VVPR. Okay, so just a word. There isn't obviously there isn't. I shouldn't say obviously, but I mean if you have the AI, or a premium service, there is an alert. I'd be a little wary of it. There is looks to me like there's some resistance near term, and the market is not going to help. The trade room is, yes, it's always available, and it has been free for 4 years. I can't see anything changing, or almost 5 years now. Actually, 4 years. All right, so man, another one that just flying in the pre-market. KMDA, virus play. KMDA fading badly. Another energy play. Matador, MTDR fading. What's the market doing? Trying to put in a little green bar. This has 7 minutes to close. Okay, Data, the best thing I can do is to give you Kelly's address, okay? Email address, and contact her. When you contact her, make sure you give her the email that you use to sign up so she can locate your account. I am real. I am. I know why. That's in your standard deviation greater than 3, right? I think that's where it's coming from. Well, it definitely has room to fall. That was pretty jolting news for Tesla, I think. Anyway, I don't know if well, obviously there were people that must have known, but I think it seemed like a pretty much a done deal. They were going to be joining the S&P, and they just got slapped this morning on that news. Well, you know, it's hard. I really find it hard to trade this one, but getting me interested again, FMCI, you're absolutely right. I think this is the month that they are, if this merger is going through with Tattooed Chef. Welcome, Ton. Welcome to the community. All right, my alerts have dried up a bit. Okay, so Vips actually bounced. So we're getting actually a green bar here. 3 more minutes for this to close, or a little less than 3 minutes for this one to close. Actually, 3 minutes. So let's see what happens. Let's see if we can get a green bar and then take out the high there. And maybe, who knows, maybe we'll have a bit of a rally. Turn into my favorite day. Big gap down and then a rally. Let's see. Is there any specific news for it yet? Don't see any news on it yet. Shanghai to become new. No, no, no. Sorry, that's not news specific to that one. Okay, guys, nice green bar right here. Taking out so far, taking out that opening red bar. I'm watching it. I'm watching it, Fred. I am watching it. For me, it would have to, like, I don't know. I would have to, I think there's a lot of resistance right around 530 also. The big one, of course, would be 540. 540 takes that out, then look out. A lot of room for MICT. I mean, it's still up 13%. I don't know what I didn't see any specific news. I know they filed for an offering last week, up to $250 million. So it's a financing. I can't explain it. If you're asking me to explain why it's moving higher, I can't. Somebody mentioned $4 or something to that effect of disillusion. They posted it a lot earlier. Other than that, I can't explain it. Somebody posted some information. You might have to just do a search a little higher up. I don't know if it was in the stocks only. No, I know, but somebody posted some information and they had $4 in the that's the general information, yes. So sell the company's assets and just distribute the proceeds. So I don't know if it. So somebody, I saw a $4 number. All right, so let's see if this market can actually really rally. I mean, there's a red bar. So that green candle basically got to the high of the previous red candle on the 15. What we need is another green candle if we want to see a rally, and we need about 3 or 4 of them. Give a nice hour or so, a bit of a rally. Otherwise, I'm really not that interested in going long anything. Meanwhile, there are a lot of AI alerts this morning. Yeah, I wouldn't be so quick to say market is shifting. Look at this. Look at this red bar here. So this, especially if this red bar takes out the low of that green candle, that will turn into basically a green bar ignored, a GBI. So in a different sort of a market, this ANF looks really interesting. It's had earnings last on the 27th, and I have no swing trading strategies. No, not really. I'm not much of a swing trader. But listen, everything you see here, every alert I get, that's why I have a daily, weekly, and a monthly chart. So look at ANF as an example. Now, it may not be the greatest example because could be a lot of resistance not that far away on the weekly. But anything you get, just take a look at the daily, weekly, monthly chart. And if there's room, then it becomes a potential swing trade. As long as it's not going to release earnings, and as long as the 200-day moving average isn't nearby. I mean, I can tell you right off the bat, the GME from the AI, that could be a swing trade. It depends how it closes off. I mean, look how much room there is on that monthly chart. Well, I'd like it a lot better if this market rallied a bit. ANF, I mean, it's got some room. Obviously, 14 can stall it, but it's above last week's high now. And looking left on the weekly chart, 1438. So I mean, it does have some room, but Yeah, too many alerts, man. Too many alerts right off the bat. Like look at them all right at 10, 10:01, 10:04. Look at Macy's. Macy's has a little bit of room down. Well, 728, probably good support around 7, so that's not a lot of room. No bounce whatsoever for this one. But yeah, exponentially. I had to increase this. I don't think that, yeah, no shorts available for me anyway for CRBP. Just, wow. Whose line is it anyway? Not sure I understand. Oh, Drew Carey. That's an old show. Okay, obviously you did not hear me before. I said yes. That's okay. Well, downward pressure continues on anything energy related. Look at OSUR, guys. OSUR on the move here. This got a little bit thumped on Friday. It's trying to come back. I don't auto trade Manish at all. So when you say I never enable it, if that's if that is the question. And welcome. What I'll do in a little while, in about maybe 20 minutes or so, I'm going to go over Brokerage Plus and show how you can use this to paper trade, simulation trading. All right, so if the market rallies at all, so this is what I'm doing with these two longs, but the market has to rally a little bit. So I mean, these are like Sig, ANF has some room, Signet has some room. I mean, look at this monthly chart; it has room, to 25 or so. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but it does have some room. Okay, Fred, there is your MICT. I never ever should have said anything, should I have, John? Never. All right, Fred, good call. Good call, Fred, on the YouTube feed. Okay, huge area for MICT right here, guys. You can see if it takes this out, look left, it has a ton of room on the daily chart. Still don't see any news on it other than their financing last week. It's a low float. Yeah, 5 million in the float. Okay, well, this is, I mean, it had a big pop pre-market, pulled back like a lot of these. Wow, look at this. Nice call for red. I'm referring to Fred in the YouTube feed right there. What is a rally? Well, if the market's down, and then it starts to put in like some green bars, like recovering, a rally, just a recovery, shall we say, on a daily on the intraday basis. All right, so this is the one that if you didn't want to short, you could have bought this one. Okay, I'm talking right now, of course, but look at this, guys. Okay, well, this is a nice bottoming tail. So the sellers tried to get this right back down to that low of the opening candle, but the buyers remain a little bit in control right now. Okay, SPRO, Spiru Therapeutics. Now, well, this has to get through the 200-day moving average. 1073 is the 200-day moving average, so it's pretty close to that. Well, look at this, guys. I mean, if it takes this out, look out. What's the float? 14 million in the float. It doesn't trade very much. You can see it's traded 332,000. That's 14 times normal up to this point of the day. Let's see if it can take out that 200-day moving average. It like literally to the penny, it got right to it. There's that green line right there. So I'm going to stick an alert around 1080, see if it takes it out. I mean, if it can take it out, look at the room it's got, and that's SPRO. Keep an eye on this one, guys, if it really accelerates through that 200-day moving average. More energy down. Oxy, more energy down. Give me a moment, please, here. Just have to check an email. All right, well, VXRT, it is trying to bounce here. Big pre-market action and then a big pullback, and it is trying to bounce now. It is a virus play. Yeah, good luck on your power situation, William. So I'm pretty interested in the 951 AI alert. Just to let you know. And that, of course, is Eastern Time. Now look at this one. Look at EB. This doesn't care what the market's doing at all. EB. And look at the room it's got. EB. What's the high looking left on that monthly chart is 1266. Boy, this has got a lot of room. Well, the AI's done pretty well, actually, I mean, in terms of, remember what the market's doing. The market is down a lot, but it's picking up some of these cheap ones and getting some nice little pops from them. I'd be trading them. I'd be trading them for sure because, I don't know. I don't trust this market at all right now. So, good for you, VJ. Give me a moment, please. All right, I'm back. Just so you can show you what I'm seeing here. Here, look at XOP, OIH, XLE, 3 energy ETFs. Right at the bottom here, the low of the day. So they have not rallied at all. You can see some of the other ones are starting to rally, even though they're down for the day. Yellow means they're still down for the day, but they're near the top of the day's range. You know, that's how I have it sorted. So, but these are, you know, they're down for the day and they're at the bottom of the range. And that's energy. So weak. Yeah, I'm sure it will at some point, real. It's just when, you know. I'm talking about, I mean, and of course, I'm talking about the EB. The next high looking left on the weekly chart is 1266, so that could be a bit of a stalling point for EB. Yeah, there is a 200-day just up here, up ahead, up ahead, 1304 for EB, right up there. You can see that little sliver of green. That is the 200-day moving average line. Well, AB's on a mission right now. I mean, it's getting closer to that 200-day, 13. It's not that far away. See if there's any specific news on it. I don't see any news to participate in Goldman Sachs something or other, but that was on the 4th. Yeah, I don't see any specific news on it right now for EB. All right, market is continuing to rally a little bit here. In fact, these bottoming tails are really good. You know, again, what does it mean? You're new. See these bottoming tails right there? There's very minor right there, but there's a big one. What does that mean? That means that at one point this was a red candle and the sellers were trying to knock it down again, but the buyers closed it here. Sellers trying to do it again. Sellers or buyers are, you know, at least they're propping it up somewhat. We just have to see if this can continue. moment here as I arrange this chart. So soon, guys. Wow, what a fast morning, 10:27. So I think I'll do it. I'll start right now. Typically, I wait another 3 or 4 minutes. But first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format. Monday, of course, not Monday. Well, typically Monday to Friday, Eastern time from 9 to 3 p.m. All right. I share my screen live on the mic. If you have a Trade Ideas subscription, I am sharing a lot of scans. If you click on the scans tab right there, here are all the scans that I'm sharing. You can also click on the room drive icon, looks like a half open folder. And where it says scans that I share, you can click on download. That will go to a Word document. Then you can take a look at all the scans that I'm sharing, more or less at your leisure. All you have to do, if you like something, you see something that makes sense to you, try to name them in a way that makes sense. All you have to do is just copy the link and then File, Load from Cloud. And if you've copied it, the link should show up right there, and then you load. And it'll be on your screen. Don't forget to save it to the cloud afterwards if you do want to keep it. Subscriptions, I'm going to go over the subscriptions right now because the promo code is still alive. It'll be good until 11:59 p.m. Eastern time tonight. Okay, so know the time zone you're in. 11:59 p.m. Eastern time tonight. And I do want to put the promos in here. Okay, so you can see there is the promo code Labor Day 2020 for 20% off the first month only or the entire year. I would click on my home page, all right, because there are a lot of other links there. So if you click on my home page, it'll take you to the download, and where it says Get Trade Ideas, just click on Get Trade Ideas. And here's how much Trade Ideas does cost. So the full premium service for 1 year is $22.68 a year minus that 20%, or the standard is $10.68 a year minus the 20%. You don't have to take out an annual subscription. This is a great way to try us out. You know, standard $118 less the 20%. That discount's only good for the first month, or the premium $228 less the 20%. But the good news, and the difference between premium and standard, the big difference is the AI, which I'm going to go over. So if you're taking your premium subscription, it is because you want to have access to the AI. If you take out a standard subscription, though, you can always just try us out. And if within 30 days of taking out a subscription, you do want to upgrade, say from standard to premium or from a monthly to an annual, we'll honor that 20% promo code. On my link, Trade of the Week, that will get sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. You can sign up for it here. I do a daily video between about 1:05 and 1:20 every day, kind of a market or a recap of what's happened in the room. I want to put this link on its own because if you're new to Trade Ideas, I think this is a really good link for you. If you click on this, well, they're right there, Trade Ideas, Education, 20 lessons in 20 days. You can, of course, go at your own speed. They're very, very quick lessons. Daily support lessons, the room, of course. Daily webinars. You can sign up for all the webinars that we have. Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern time. And everything is free. But I do want to put in the 20 lessons link. No, backtesting is a premium service. Okay, so just let me show you what the 20 lessons, what it looks like. You know, I mean, what is a top list? Build a top list. What is an alert window? Create an alert window. So some of the very basic features of trade ideas, I really recommend that you take a look at this. And if you're not a subscriber, you can take a look at this and you can see what are some of the basic features that we do have. All right, now I do want to go over the AI and what the AI is all about. This is part of our premium service. Okay, so this is what happens. AI waits for the market to close and then gets to work. And getting to work meaning optimizing. We have, all right guys, I have taken, looks like I'm going to take a little loss on this GME. Give me a moment here. Okay, I did take a little loss. I did get into this GME from the AI. I may take a look at it later on. So I took about a 5-cent loss on it. So this is what the AI does. Again, waits for the market to close. It has access to the latest data. And we have what we call 50 baseline strategies. This is not one of them, but if it were, AI typically looks at the filter values. Maybe it makes a change, runs the back tester, maybe takes a filter out, adds one in, runs the back tester, runs through all 50 strategies like that. So that's what happened Friday afternoon once the market closed. And then a lot of strategies. These are the ones that made the cut for today because they had the right profit factor and win percentage combination. And if you have the AI, this is how I recommend you watch the alerts as they come in. From the toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Excuse me, not this one, but the Trades window. Too many trades in my opinion today, but you know, that's just the way it is. And if you have it, then this is what you'll see. You'll have this window. It'll have a real-time entry. You don't have to take it right at that price, but it's a real-time alert. You'll have a stop price, and then just manage the trades as you see fit. Yeah, I haven't seen an active day like this in a long time. For instance, I think on Friday we only had about 5 trades. So that is the AI in action, okay? And that's part of our premium service. This, what you see here, is called Brokerage Plus. And it can be used in 2 ways right now. If you have an Interactive Brokers account, you can connect to it. And you can trade your live account. You can trade your Interactive Brokers account from within Trade Ideas using this, what we call this Brokerage Plus module. You can do things like set up, you know, what we call one-click trading. And all of that is covered in this, it's going to find it, this video. How to set it all up with your Interactive Brokers account. Just give me a moment here. Just want to put that link in. So this is the link that I just put in, the Brokerage Plus intro. It's about 27 minutes long, and it covers virtually everything that you have to know if you want to trade from within Trade Ideas linked to an Interactive Brokers account. Only account it works with right now, okay? The other big use of Brokerage Plus is as a simulated trader. Simulation trading, paper trading. If you are new to trading, please practice before you commit money to the market. This is why we have this simulator right here. So from the toolbar, you just click on New and Brokerage Plus. Sorry, I should have mentioned that before. And the Brokerage Plus window will pop up. Now this function is only, or feature is only available on the app. It is not available if you're using our web-based version. Just one moment, please. So all you have to do is just connect. Trade Ideas Simulated Trading, just connect to it, and I'll show you how easy it is to take a trade. Look at IEA as an example. No, Alex, it's all within Trade Ideas. You don't have to set up paper trading at all. It's all within Trade Ideas. It's using our real-time data. Has nothing to do with what broker you have. It's using our real-time data. Yeah, you can automate the strategies to buy and sell in B+. Yes, Sam. Watch the video. It explains all of that. So Alex, watch. You just click on an alert. You see how the symbol shows up. You can pick how many shares you want to buy. You can pick the price you want to go in at. If you're shorting, you sell it. If you're going long, you buy it. So it's all from within Trade Ideas. It doesn't matter what broker you have. It's not using your broker's data. It's using our real-time data. Okay? So there's nothing to set up other than just loading Brokerage Plus and then checking, the Trade Ideas Simulated Trading. That's all you have to do. So IEA, let's take a trade. Let's take a couple hundred shares. Spread, it's about a 4-cent spread. I'll go in at market. This is just to demonstrate, okay? But of course you could pick a price you want to go in at. But I'm just going to go in at the market. So I'm going to buy. So see how it bought 200 shares at $6.75. Okay, all from within Trade Ideas. Again, all you have to do is just connect to simulated trading, okay? I can put a stop in now. Always have a stop, of course, but just going to show you how you can manually put the stop in right now. So if I wanted to put a stop, say, the low right there, 647, 650 or so. So all I have to do is right click, add the stop order, 6.50. You're going to see it's going to appear right on the screen. See how it appeared right on the screen? So if the stock goes down to 650, I'll lose $49 in simulation trading. I can put a target if I want. Just right click again. Add target order. Let's just put $7. You'll see there. Well, it just showed up on the screen right here. You can see. So again, if it goes up to $7, it'll take me out for a $51 gain. Now these lines can be moved on the screen. So if the trade starts working well, you can use this like a trailing stop. You can just keep moving it up and up and up on areas which makes sense. Where you think there might be some support, so you'd put the line just below it. So you can use this like a trailing stop. Same thing here. If it starts approaching 7 and it still looks good, there'd be no reason to get out. So you can just start moving that line up and down as you see fit. You don't have to use the lines on the charts to get out of a trade. You can just do it right here manually. So if I wanted to trade 50 shares right now, I would just type in 50 and I would sell it wherever I want to sell it, if I want to sell at market. These are hotkeys, so if I wanted to get out of a trade, I would just flatten it. I could get out at half the trade. I could double my trade. So it's very simple to use. So as I say, practice, practice, practice before you commit money to the market. Meanwhile, Fred, your MICT, holy smokes, great call. All right, so now I'm just looking for, okay, the market, nah, it doesn't look good here, guys. I mean, really tried. We really tried, but this red bar right now is a little bit ominous. Now it has 3 more minutes to close, or a little over 2 minutes to close. Let's see what happens. See if this little rally is brief. Okay, guys. So wow, MICT. Fred, I know you said you're out of it. Too bad. So let's take a look at what's happened in my watch list. This is how I have it organized. So you can see here's the time, and this is the time of the very first alert, and the price. Now you'll notice that in this window here, you'll see the symbol over and over again if it keeps making new highs, as an example. So MICT at 10:10, that was the first alert at $5.31. So why I like this is because now I can kind of go back and see, okay, from that first alert, what happened? You know, did it start to move? So you can see right there, Signet, 1936. I mean, nah, not really. ANF, you know, not bad. 1371, 1389. Of course, this one is pretty awesome. 531, got up to 617. The lub is just a strange one. I mean, 210 to 222, nothing special. 558 got up to 569. Again, nothing special. Codex 929, not bad. 943 right now. Capri 1747 hasn't really moved. And Play 1963, yeah, it looks interesting. So not bad, you know, in the watch list up, considering the market is down, you know, 500. And the SPT, let's see, on the downside, SPTN. So these have bounced actually. I think most of this one, I just forget about it. Yeah, so these are more bounce plays. Yeah, Jets are actually positive. You're absolutely right. Jets ETF for the airline industry. So we're starting to get a couple home builders, NAL, another ETF this is not another, but this is an ETF for the home builders industry. And there's the big one is XHB. So we've got a little bit of positive now on those those two sectors, home builders and airlines. How is CCL doing? As an example, okay, GME, okay, you guys probably know what I'm doing. Yeah, you know, I live relatively near the airport in Vancouver, and we had an occasion to actually go right to the airport yesterday, and it was gratifying to see people at the airport and planes taking off. I mean, it's just weird, weird, weird. Well, what a call by you, Fred. The MICT. I mean, this has got now, guys. I mean, this will be on the watch list almost for sure tomorrow, as long as it doesn't collapse. Because look at the room it's got looking left. Yes, 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 yes. But just when, though, like I just, that's the problem I would have. I mean, yeah, I mean, we knew that at some point it would have to start to fail, but you get in here. I mean, I think you're talking on a 2-minute chart, right? You take a look at it on a 2-minute. Well, there's a big pullback for MICT now. But this is, I mean, going forward for the next couple of days, this could be a really interesting play. No, I actually it looked worse than I thought. It's not that big a pullback, but all I'm doing is just looking at this. Derek. First of all, did you look at? No, wrong one. Let me get the link in here for you. This might help you a little bit. Okay. I'm just answering somebody in our YouTube feed. Would really encourage you to read these little. It's all text based. They're not videos. 20 short lessons. You don't have to know everything about trade ideas. I mean, there's a lot to it, but you don't have to. I always liken it to when you look at a word manual. I mean, my goodness, it'd be so daunting if they say, well, you have to learn everything. Of course, most people, all they care about is, how do I type? How do I print? Maybe I want to increase the font or decrease the font or change the font. That's about it. But I mean, look at the manual. So there's probably only a few things you want to do within trade ideas. Now, your few things might be different from somebody else's few things. So that's why we give people the options. Before you do that, Derek, though, what I would do, I would really take a look at those. They're very quick. I think it's very simple. I think it's well laid out. Those short lessons. It's not video. It's text, so you can kind of read it. I mean, simple things like, what is a top list? How to create one? What is an alert window? How to create one? Just some really basic stuff. Okay, but I mean, it's up to you. Just don't want to see you waste your money if you don't have to. All right, real. Well, I bet you this is on your hit parade too. DTIL. This is, and it is shortable. It is a shortable. Guys, the market is, drifting down again. Though that was brief-lived. Yeah, I mean, I would really, some of the advanced video, you may not need, it depends what sort of a trader you are, because I don't have no idea what sort of a trader you are, what you're looking for, Derek, but lots of excitement in the background here, guys. Yeah, I do see the codex. This has been pretty strong. All right, guys, I'm just kind of watching a couple. I look at this OII underneath 5 now. Is this an all-time low? Not quite an all-time low. Here's the all-time low area right down here. Boy, OII, is it shortable? It is shortable for me anyway. Derek, one of the scans I'm sharing, and when you logged into the YouTube feed, you'll see a bunch of links. You should see a bunch of links. One of them is trend reversal up. You might want to take a look at that one. Those are stocks that are coming off the bottom, and maybe they're trying to reverse. And typically, you'd have to check every any symbol that you get in that top list. You just want to load it and check to see what it looks like on the daily, weekly, and monthly to see how much room they've got. Yeah, look at that. A low float situation for Works. 472, 4 million in the little over 4 million in the float. This will trade the float today, almost for sure. Well, it's pausing. I mean, it is pausing here for sure. Um, See, when I look at it, I'd like to see it get a little higher, maybe up to around 530. like to see it a little further away from that whole number because I think 5 will probably be pretty good support for it. What is the volume on it? Yeah, it's not, I mean, it's, relative. It is 2. So I'd like to see it get higher, to be honest. I'd like to see it get, I mean, they're looking left on that daily chart. I'd like to see it challenged, and then get stopped up here. So far enough away from the 5, because I think 5 will probably be a good support area. Yeah, Goran, unfortunately you cannot do it. The charts are not customizable like that. They've given me the ability to do that. Well, I don't even have the ability. They just did it for me. They are developers, so that it would be more legible for you guys when you're watching my screen. But yeah, it is not customizable on your end, unfortunately. Okay, well, Codex is trying to figure out what it wants to do. They have a topping tail, bottoming tail, little topping tail, trying to figure out what it wants to do. I mean, 10 you would think is going to be a tough one for it to get through anyway, psychologically. Okay, so Anam, I don't have a set. I don't have a layout say for you, but what I do is you can have pick and choose what windows you might want. Okay, so if you click on the Room Drive icon, looks like a half open folder, scans that I share, download, and that'll go to a Word document. Or you can take a look at them all here in the Scans tab. Take a look at all the scans that I am sharing. The only one that is not here are these. Okay, you have to get these from the channel bar. Click on New Channel Bar, and then My Watchlist, Barry's Watchlist, and then you'll get these 3 windows plus a couple of charts. But it's a layout. This is a layout in here. So everything in a channel is a layout. So before you do that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. But I do that, instead of my having to have a giant layout that I give people, and then they might look at it and go, oh, I don't want all those things. So this is just a way in which you pick and choose what scans might look interesting to you. And then you can load them. Okay? Okay, there are not for AI chat. First of all, Alex, are you using the web-based version or the app? Okay. This is my recommendation. Don't go to the channel. Okay? Don't go to the channel. No, I know, but you're not using the web-based version. You're not using the web-based version. Right? You have a toolbar that looks like this, right? Okay. So this is what I would do. Click on New, and then AI/Holly strategy trades window. I'm going to have to keep emphasizing the trades window, not the one that's above on top of it. The trades window. Then you don't have to worry about what version of the AI and etc. You'll get this window. And at the beginning of the day, it'll be blank, of course. You can incorporate this window as part of your layout. Okay? And it's all laid out for you. Then you don't have to worry about, is it AI, is it Holly Grail, is it Holly 2.0, is it Holly Neo? Omni, when you think of four, Omni is just all three of them at once, that's all. So there aren't really four. But this just, to me, it just simplifies things. Just have this window and watch the alerts as they come in. Okay? That, to me, it just simplifies things. And then again, you can have this as part of your layout. Yeah, I'm not sure what you have to do. I mean, the only thing I can think of is that CNX. Let's see how, I don't, you see, on that bottoming tail there, that might have just, I don't know how fast that was. Just because you put a stop in doesn't mean you'll get, you'll get executed there. I don't know how fast that was. The only thing I can suggest is that you send the files. If you click on, and also I would not use IB paper trading. I'm not sure if you're using IB paper trading. Yeah, it's like, what I would do, why don't you simplify everything? Don't use IB's paper trader. That's why we have the paper trader here, okay? Just keep it within trade ideas. And it's using our real-time data. I think you're just complicating it by using IB paper trading. I don't even think we support that anymore, to be honest. To be honest. Well, I don't know if it's complicated, but this is a heck of a lot easier to just connect. I mean, you have to change the port. You have to go to. I mean, why do it? Like, why do it? If we've got a simulator right with here, why do it? To me, anything that requires more than one than clicking here is complicated. Okay. I have no idea. I have no idea. Before we had the simulator, of course, we said you can use your IB in paper trading mode if you want to. But I mean, now that we have the simulator, I mean, what could be easier than just clicking here and that's it? Not having to worry about ports and. No, you cannot pull anything out of all the AI strategies are proprietary. And we used to have a PDF. If you want to find out where the PDF is, if you go to our homepage and maybe just request, what these are looking for. And I don't know how up to date it is. I think Mighty Mouse is an old strategy, so there's probably something there. It's still in the PDF. I can tell you right off the bat, Mighty Mouse is looking for stocks under $5. But if I give you the homepage link. Well, if you go here, click on the links tab and just click on, where's our home page? Click on the home page. When you click on the home page, a chat should questions and answers, and just say, could I have the PDF that outlines what all the different AI strategies are? Something like that. Okay? Oops. Yeah, well, according to, yeah, this is earnings tomorrow for GameStop, GME, not, it's not today. Well, real, I don't know, Codex did not have any pullback whatsoever. I mean, it just absolutely crushed going through that $10 mark. And look at this, getting closer and closer to that 200-day moving average. Man, so that might be where it's going to stop. Okay, so you must be on an older version of Trade Ideas, Alex. Okay, so download the latest version because the default now is to show them all. If you wanted to right now, just right click on it and where it says segments, check all. But yeah, because an older version of Trade Ideas was defaulting only to Holy Grail. But now it defaults to them all. Okay, so if you go to my homepage, click on the links. Sorry, click on subscription, sorry. If you go to my homepage, download software, okay? And when you click on the download software, this is the latest version right here, okay? Download. You're probably on a version, I'm sure it does not say 4.2.156. In order to know what you have, just click help and about, and that'll tell you the version you want. I'm on a production version, a development version, I should say. Yeah, the slippage, again, if you should watch that video. Okay, it's all covered there. But yeah, I mean, in all the any strategy, anything that you even so this is sort of your risk management, your offset. How much offset are you willing to go? So I mean, you might get an alert even if you're trying to auto trade something. But MRSN as an example, 1725, but that stock might be moving really quickly. Even in the fastest mode that you can do auto trade, you may not be able to get it at 1725. So that's where the slippage or the offset comes into play. How far outside of 1725 would you be willing to take that trade? And if it's 3 cents, is it 4 cents, is it 10 cents? That's up to you. And it's the same with the AI strategies. How much slippage are you willing to how far outside of the actual are you willing to go? And again, that's all covered in that video. I really don't go over too much of, the using Brokerage Plus and IB and all the different, the one-click trading that you can set up. I don't go over it because it's all in the video. Otherwise, I could spend all day, answering questions like that, and which I was before Michael. Thank you, Michael, who's back, did the video, and it's so instructive. And let me just put that in the room again. Okay, so there's the Brokerage Plus intro, all right? It's totally up to you, JB. I mean, it really depends on, of course, on the price it is. I mean, obviously, you don't want, if it's a dollar stock, you don't want to have a 10-cent offset. Okay. But if it's a $20 stock, first of all, when I used to demonstrate auto trading my strategies, and I put a 10-cent offset in there to make sure I could get into the trades. Okay. Rarely did I see, for the stuff that was happening here, because there was plenty of volume, there was plenty of liquidity typically. Rarely did I see it go 3 or 4 cents outside, but I put 10 cents in. Rarely did I see it get up to 10 cents. Wow, this codex. I mean, it's a virus play. Polarity to team up with Codex to expand vir- virus testing platform. Richie Rich, it's impossible. It's an impossible question to answer. Everybody is different. Everybody has different skill sets about learning this. Not just, this, not talking trade ideas. It just, how many charts are you willing to look at? It can take thousands of charts, which actually sounds like a lot, but I probably click on 1,000 a day easy. But it's an impossible question for me to answer. All depends on how much, it's trading is not easy. How much time and effort you're willing to put into it. And then there are people who put a lot of time, but they just don't get it. So not what you wanted to hear. I'd love to say, oh, it'll take you 3 months. Wow, what a move for the CODX. I don't think I saw the actual news. The news I saw said Archer's research, but now it seems to have turned into polarity also. And this is turning into one of those classics. Fairly low float, 25 million in the float. That's a pretty high short float percent, 23%. So 23% of the float is short, and it has news, and it's coming right into that 200-day. I mean, I never thought it would happen today, but look at that, 1106. It's right above it. So at this point, the market is kind of trying to make up its mind to where it wants to go. No, GME is definitely messy. I was all set to get back into this one, but GME is definitely messy. Well, there's that 200 day. I mean, it's for CODX 1106, and it is just on a mission now. I mean, the next level here. I mean, in theory, 15 or so. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but look at the weekly chart. Last week, 1152 was the high last week. So that might stall it, but boy, it is a strong stock. Another one that is ripping higher here, STNG, one of the tankers. So what are you all about? Let's see, 1281 is and 1271, so it's above those highs on the daily. 1281, so it's a little bit above that, but you would think that 13 could stall it. You would think. But right now, I mean, we've seen a lot of ones that we thought would get stalled, and they just haven't. All right, well, Codex finally did, but that's why I want to watch to see how well what this. Well, it's not shortable real for us anyway. Not for me. Just looking now, it's not shortable at IB. Okay, yeah, it's not shortable now. Not that I would want to short it yet anyway. I mean, yeah, if you could time it so that you can get it 1160 down to 11, awesome. But boy, that GME just hit. I really thought I was all set to take it just around here, thinking, okay. But boy, what a big three, the big red candle on the 15-minute chart. Can I say anything about the beta version? What beta version are you talking about, Sam? Are you talking about the version I'm on right now, which is the development version? I'm not sure what you mean by that. I really don't know what you're talking about when you say, can I comment on anything about the beta version? Okay, well, I've never had any issue using the beta version of Trade Ideas ever. I mean, every time there's been a new version out, and we seem to have updates every 2 or 3. Well, maybe I'm exaggerating. At least once a week. I always. So I don't really know what the beta version has that the production doesn't. I didn't think the beta version was available though. I didn't know we differentiated it on the website anymore. What I would do, just download it. Use it. It's not. All right. Well, STNG now getting a little bit extended. I know I'm looking at it also real. Thinking that 13 should stall it also. I want to see on our homepage. So download software. Oh yeah, okay. I mean it's all here. There are the differences. I never really usually read this, but I mean it's all here are all the differences. Okay, so I can't really comment on it any more than what you see here. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. For down 3, you just -3 in the max, okay? -3 in the max column. Sorry, I'm just seeing your question right now. So if you're kind of looking for bounces, yes. Not really, Sam. I really don't analyze it that closely. I mean, and I'm on a development version, which is like, what is it? It's oops. I'm on like 4.2.176. So I mean, I don't even really, I sort of take a glance to see if there's anything that's interesting that might be added. A lot of it is just, to me, a little bit, some cosmetic changes, but nothing earth-shattering typically. Waiting for the calendar to appear. I guess it's not on that one that the calendar will then, one of the questions we get a lot is, can we not have a way in which we can keep track of all the trades? So that calendar will be here. So you'll be able to do that. So you notice, guys, that on the IEA, I put that stop in place so that if it cut down to what was the price, 625 or something like that, that it would take, sorry, 649 actually, it would take me out of the trade. So that's why it took me out of the trade, but for a $51 loss in the simulator. So that's how that works. STNG does look like it's stalling at that whole number. I haven't even actually been paying attention to any of the, wow, yeah, look at that halt. GTT, what is it stacking up? Can't really see. Said to be near sale of European assets to Macquarie. That's, isn't that MAC? Or Match, no, it's a different company, Macerich, okay. Yeah, I mean, it does have room on the weekly chart, maybe around to 7. When I say that, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but it definitely has some room. Okay, market is maybe trying to fade a little bit more, guys. If it breaks out of this area here and it takes out the lows here, this could really, in fact, that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to put an alert. The lows right there. Takes that out. We're definitely going to be in for some more damage. No, it's only, Brokerage Plus is only available with the app, Vishnu, unfortunately. I'm trying to get a version of it in the way. I have no idea what it takes to do it, but most people, I shouldn't say most people, but employees of Trade Ideas who have Macs, typically they use Parallels or something like that as an emulation program so they can use the app. Sting. not the singer. Now I should give you a little blog was done a little while ago. Let me just give it to you. The 3 ways in which you can use trade ideas if you are a Mac user. The obvious one, well, the web-based version, but again, you're missing out on Brokerage Plus. That's probably the big thing. I mean, if you're interested in simulated trading, then yeah, you have to be using the app, either using Parallels or equivalent. It doesn't have to be Parallels. Any emulation program, or some use the cloud, AWS, Amazon Web Services, AWS, or equivalent. I think there are some in the room who do that. They say it works very well. Boom! Wow! What a, and this could get halted again. What an open. GTT after that halt. Yeah, this one is not shortable for me. GTT, not shortable for me, even to think about it. Yeah, I see what you're looking at, Fred. Yeah, 754 or so. Yeah. But I would also look at this daily. You know, a couple of highs last week, right around the 767 mark. Keep an eye, yeah, Fred, talking about APDN. Good to see. I mean, if it can take out this area right there, I mean, look left is a ton of room. All right, well, that sting is still kind of strong. I keep thinking it's going to really collapse here, but it's not yet. STNG. Looks like it wants to challenge that 13 again. Give me one moment, please. right, sorry about that. Here's another one, guys. It looks, obviously extended WORX. WORX. It's not shortable for me. Okay. All right, so this is a 3-bar pullback on the 5-minute chart for CODX, and it looks like it could keep going here, guys, especially if it takes out 11 again. It's above the high of that 1078, so this looks like it might want to keep going, CODX, if it takes out 11 again. This is something I don't often see. This one, NCNSSC. This is an earnings play. Just getting clobbered here. Not very much volume. Doesn't trade very much. Only 11 million shares in the float. I remember that. Yes, Rob, I do remember that. Too bad this was not shortable at IB. A moment, please, guys. Here's something that's, we don't have a 200-day moving average here, but we do have it on the chart. And I've always wondered why that happens. Well, guys, I'm keeping an eye on this STNG to see if it really fails at 13. It's tried a couple of times to get through, and otherwise I'm just going to give up. And plus, I've got my break coming up pretty soon. Look at the SPY, guys. This is getting a little more ominous. All right, keep an eye on the DTIL. Maybe it's due, but 5 is pretty close. But percentage-wise, if it got close to 5, that would be a pretty good. That would be a pretty good percentage move. Well, there's the big level, guys. I mean, on the SPY, 334. So this was a pretty good alert. Another one. I mean, I just can't follow them. But MRSN 1725. What did it get up to? Got up to, wow, 1770. Is it really? Lift is ripping? Let's see what ripping means. Well, it had the big move, and yeah, I mean, looks like there's some resistance pretty close though. What's Uber doing? So Uber and Lyft are doing virtually the same thing. Well, this DNG is still strong. You would think this is resistance area around 1330 or so. Wow. I know I just mentioned CODX earlier on this 3-bar pullback. New high now for CODX. Oh, it is shortable again. Yeah, so it must be a lot of people are covering. Only 10,000 shares it looks like right now for Codex. So a lot of people must have been covering on that big pop for CODX. A lot of people. I mean, at Interactive Brokers anyway. Did you just choose it, Andrew? Because they won't see the early ones. You just see the last ones. Yeah, that's why. You only see from whenever you, yeah, that's the reason. You have to load it, load it before the market opens, and then you'll see them all. I mean, considering what the market's doing, I'm just looking at these longs. I mean, this obviously is Capri excellent, MRSN excellent. The MICT was excellent early. The ANF is, has it still, yeah, wow, I mean, this is excellent. One day I'm just going to forget about you guys and just concentrate on my watch list. And you guys can do what you want with my watch list. I mean, this is pretty awesome. You know, they're not all rocket ships, but boy, and with the market down the way it is, A&F is amazing. To be honest, 1371, 1430 right now, straight up. Straight up. All right, guys, I'll be taking my break pretty soon. I just got to find out who is going to be in the YouTube feed today. Oh, okay, great. So, okay, listen, everyone, if you're interested in using Brokerage Plus and trading your IB account, your interactive brokerage account, Michael, who created that video that I always tell you to watch, he is going to be in the YouTube feed from 12 to 1, okay? So that's coming up. I'm going to give you the link for it. I would encourage you, you can ask him all sorts of questions, including who was it that asked the question earlier, but just give me a second. I just want to put the YouTube link in here. Okay, so who asked that question earlier? So BJ, if you're around, you can go to the YouTube feed and you can ask him to see if he's got any insight, okay? And there's the YouTube feed. It'll start, he'll be there. Well, he says he starts, I think it's just, you're going to start 5 minutes before, so maybe at around 11:55 you can go into the feed. I'm going to get my announcement up. All right, guys, so there's the announcement. So I'll be, yeah, so BJ, definitely go to the YouTube feed, okay? I saw AQB earlier, Cannabis Play, AQB. Not a lot of room on the daily, but a fair amount of room on that weekly, on the weekly chart on a percentage basis. That's the polarity or Polaris or whatever it's called, right? Yeah, PTE, Polarity TE. They're the ones that did the deal with Codex, CODX. So how well is it doing? So this is just a little guy. Okay, Michael, I see you there. Okay, I'm going to stop the YouTube feed.
Okay, guys, so if I did everything right, you should be able to hear me, and if I do this, you guys should be able to see my screen. Just okay, so I hear the sound come through my iPad, just waiting for that to catch up, and that worked perfectly. Okay, good. I was a little bit worried on vacation. You never know what update comes through your computer or something that's going to mess everything up. But it looks like everything is working well now, so no complaints there. Just opening up chat. All right, I have chat here as well. So again, if you guys are new here, what we do is just give Barry an hour break. Come on and answer any and all questions that you may have about trading, trade ideas, us as a company, us as the people working at the company, kind of a whole hour devoted to you. So please ask questions. I just back from vacation today, so obviously nothing prepared. I'm getting my feet wet again with the market as well. One thing that I do pretty consistently when I do come back from vacations, I don't jump in with 2 feet. I like to watch the market, see what's going on, take a trade here or there, ping around a bit. It's like getting your sea legs kind of thing, right? You don't want to go full in right off the bat, but you want to make sure you're observing everything. I've got my eyes here on Neo as always, Holly Neo on another screen. This is Neo, which only has this one trade today, which I did get with her in my real account over here. I didn't have the stop at the high of the day the way it was recommended. We put these in as kind of worst case stops, but then for me, the way I look at it is if it got above this little doji here, I wouldn't be interested anymore. So we took a short there, and you can see the thing's working pretty well. So let's kind of go through, I guess. Let's get caught up while I'm waiting for someone to ask some questions about something. Let's kind of go through and see what we missed. So again, myself, I am big into the automated style of trading. I'm big into the statistical analysis on top of everything else. I've been watching with the plenty on 20. I don't know that. I wonder if you have a cloud link, let me know. Yeah, so I've been away from the markets for a while. I've been kind of playing around. I see that we had a bit of a pullback here on the SPY. From what I saw in the news, everyone thought the world was ending, but right, just zoom out and just see that this is just a little dip, just like these other ones, until proven otherwise. And it kind of makes sense, right? If you think about it, we ran pretty much full tilt to break this high. A pullback to kind of retest that makes kind of perfect sense. Right, so I'm looking at these kind of 2 areas here, this top here on the 1st, and then the top here on in February. And we're kind of trading right in the middle of that range now. So that all makes sense. And then, drawing the other lines that are important. This is something I do a lot on the SPYs. I just go through and say, okay, where are areas that are interesting for the SPY, places of congestion before. And we have a fair amount below here and not a whole lot above. So no, I did not create. So the question was about a scan. I didn't. I may have. Maybe I forgot about creating it, but I don't know. I create a lot of scans. It's funny. I only have a core handful of things that I do, but I spend a lot of time trying to figure out kind of what else is out there. Going through my swings, what do I have here on swings? I've got CLDX, which isn't looking the best. I'm long from right about here, I think, with a stop under this area. Essentially, was just looking at this as kind of maybe a bull flag. It pulled back, looks like it's struggling a bit. So what I'll do is kind of move my stop probably below this this here. I still have some API I talked about. Those long APIs, we kind of broke out of this area, took some out here, and now I'm holding for a break-even stop. So I'll put that stop under there as well. And then PEB, I took a day trade here. You can see on PEB, just this is a simulated account where I'm just kind of testing new versions of trade ideas and everything for you guys. And PEB, I'm in from around here. So still holding that as well. Today, I actually picked up some GameStop. Oh, I didn't know the AI picked up some GameStop too. That's great. 76. Oh, I'm in at 76 and the AI is in 77. So I got 1 penny better. It was not intentionally to be an AI trade, but I was just looking for this as a swing with an insane short float. Popped up, put in all these indecision candles. You can see the wicks down here are pretty crazy. So when we broke that today, I picked up some shares. I was looking to see if I could kind of scalp out, if something crazy happens and we get to the $10 mark. Stop is just below the low here of the day. Oh, hey, thanks. So there was some congratulations. So yes, my vacation was me and, let me actually get, it's a good time to plug the video. My fiance, I guess not fiance anymore, wife, Jessica, we have this little YouTube series together where I'm teaching her how to trade. She's back to work now after the whole pandemic thing, but still interested in learning how to trade. So we put together this series where I kind of walked her through, from what is a stock onwards. So I guess the next time we record, it won't be introducing my fiance, it'll be introducing my wife. But yeah, so we got married 2 Saturdays ago, and then just kind of can't really go too far with everything going on. So we just took off into the woods where there was no cell reception and no stock market, no internet, just to get a little bit of time away. And HPQ just came through an optimized scan here. So again, thank you for the kind words. It was good for a recharge, if nothing else, right? Get everything. It's a lot of work. We had to do the wedding on our property. Thankfully, we have a pretty large property, and it's pretty nice out there. But difficult having large gatherings of people inside. So, but no, everything went pretty much as well as we thought. It's funny, I drew these lines out here in the SPY, and you guys watched live, and I didn't even notice that they covered in on the intraday chart pretty much at the highs and the lows, and all I was thinking of was these 2 highs that I pointed out here. So it's interesting how that works, right? If anyone thinks support and resistance doesn't matter, the way you go. Happy wife, happy life. Yeah, that's what I've been told anyway. I have lots of swing trading scans. I guess your definition is, what do you define as good? One of my favorites, I'll show you, and I can share with you guys if you want. As there's everyone here it must be a pro at trade ideas, and they don't have any questions. But I just called this one the scan, and I can share these with you. But this particular one here, this first one, is looking for stocks very, very high. I can figure this with very, very high short values. I like swing trading stocks that are heavily shorted, because then at least I know there's a chance that something crazy is going to happen. And basically they're close to their 10-period moving average. Just to make sure that I'm not looking at stocks that are, I don't think there's any powers in moving average, but I don't want stocks that are way up above or way down below or anything like that, right? Those are problematic, at the best of times kind of thing. Uh-oh. Actions. This is interesting. My Epic Pen here is all messed up. Give me a second. Actions. I use a virtual machine, so I just have to task manager, see if it will let me close this thing. Oh, it won't. This is wonderful. We may have to end the stream for just a quick second. I don't know. I can't click on anything. Oh, that worked like that? Perfect. There we go. All right, we're back. Sorry about that. So yeah, so this is one of my favorites where, again, I just, the reason I put close to the 10 is I just don't want to see stocks that have moved insanely one way or the other. Just kind of a waste of my time because I don't really chase things that have run. But everything in here you'll find has a fairly high short float, and it's sorted by short float. So the further you go down the list, when I get into kind of the 10% areas where I stop. Then I have this one that I call rounded bottom, which is, I'm afraid to open this back up, but I will. You know, it's looking for stocks that are the best that we can with pattern recognition here, are doing this kind of rounded bottom type pattern. And I really like this as finding stocks that are coming off the bottom, I find have great explosive capability. However, right, when you're not following a trend, you got to understand that your win rate is going to decrease. CLVS I actually bought today in my other account, but it's the same kind of looking for stocks that are down a bunch on the year, but they're starting to kind of bottom out and possibly turning up. And then I looked at this one here, and it's actually just breaking. If I can draw this better, probably better to draw with trend line, but you can see it's kind of breaking through this downtrend here. So this is a good one, and then this opposite one here is rounded top. So it's basically just looking for the opposite style of pattern, things that are up a bunch and they're starting to coil down. So these are, I would say, my favorite three. I go through each of these every night, and by the time I'm done, I usually have a pretty good watch list for the next day. So let me just, if you guys are interested, I don't think there's any I don't think there's any customs in here. If they look weird to you or different to you than they do to me, it's probably because there's customs, but you can check that out here. But yeah, so, you know, best scan is going to be obviously what is your trading plan? What is it that you like to look for? But for me, I really like these kind of things. And yeah, just click on that link above and that should be those three scans. HP is working. PEB and API seem to be perking up. API already took half profits on that last spike, but I'm looking for things to happen. Oh, SDC, I also forgot I'm in SDC as well, Smile Direct Club, in this area here. Again, and partly because of this big short float that we kind of talked about here. So can you show how to set up an alert for stocks breaking their pre-market high? Sure. So we have a filter that's actually great for that. So we'll hit new alert and start this from scratch. And then if you want to know what kind of filters or alerts that we have, it's always best to go to the search tab and just search for what you want, right? So we're looking for pre-market. Helps if you spell it correctly. So just type in pre, and you can see we have position in previous day's range, position in pre-market range. So how these work, these position in range filters are, they're probably the most powerful filters that we have. The concept behind them is basically, say the pre-market range was a candle, right? Say this candle represents all of the trading that occurred in pre-market. Well, we would look at the bottom of this candle and we'd say, okay, we're going to say that's 0% of position in range. And then we're going to look at the high of this candle and say it's 100% position in range. Right? Obviously, right, smack dab in the middle of this range, we're going to call it 50%. So we have those for pre-market range, for daily, weekly, monthly, yearly, 2 years, I think we have as well. So knowing that, we can go in and add this as a filter, and let's say we want it within 95 and 105 of the pre-market range. So back to the candle example, basically what I'm saying by putting a minimum of 95 and a maximum 105 is I want the alert to occur in this kind of area of the pre-market range. And then we'll put on, let's get something that's actually doing something today. So let's put in, I don't know, price for me anyway. I don't really trade much under $1, and I usually don't go much over 250, really just spreads and that kind of thing. Let's get some relative volume. It's got to be doing double normal volume, and let's make sure there's a couple 100,000 shares done today. So for an alert, what you'll pick is, I don't know, probably a new high, or I guess you can do anything, because whatever alert's going to occur is going to occur within that range. And let's just call it, I don't know, PM pop. So what we should get here, and as always, the first thing you do is once you get your window, a lot of people will say, okay, I'm done. It's time to take a look. You always want to review and just to see if you maybe have messed something up. So let's take a time frame. Let's add in the pre and add in the post. I usually don't like to look at, I'm not a gap trader, so I don't look much at the pre and the post market. That one's a bad example. We may need to up the volume requirement a bit, but let's take a look at today. There's a lot today. I know GM is doing a lot of volume pre-markets. That might be a great example. So there we go. So you got the alert right here on this candle right there. And you can see that's when it's getting right through the pre-market high. Now, if you wanted to make sure it was above the pre-market high, what you do is you would set your minimum here. Instead of the 95, you'd set it to 100. And then it's going to be always over the pre-market range when it hits, right? So just grab one here that I think is doing volume. Yeah, so this one, right, the pre-market high would have been right here. And it triggered right as it popped through. And then CTSX, try this too and see what. Right, so we're just doing a spot check to make sure it's alerting what we want, and then from there we can go and kind of tweak. But yeah, it's alerted right as it popped through that pre-market range. So that should be the best way to do that, Jeff. Let me actually just give you this. This may not be exactly what you're after, but it's a good starting for. So those scans that I brought up, so basically all of them I sort by relative volume. Relative volume for me is a good indication of when something is starting to kind of perk up. I think that most traders can probably drastically increase the amount of money they make if they simply said, I'm not going to trade stocks that aren't doing anything. And I know that's kind of a lame way to word that, but by doing something, meaning, they're doing something unusual, right? They're doing something that is different from their normal, because as a trader, our job is not to create or invent anything. It's to try to figure out it's try to figure out how everyone, you need to be not first, right? You never want to be first. You want to generally be second into a trade, but then you need a whole bunch of people to come after you. So if, for example, you're saying, I'm going to discover this stock or this trading strategy that no one else has ever thought of. Well, even if you're right, if people don't follow you or anything, the stock's not going to go up, right? Stock only is going to go up when other people come along and buy it. So you want to make sure that you're buying it at the same time other people are or before other people are. So what I like to do is I always like to sort by relative volume pretty much all of my scans, just so that I know what do people care about kind of thing, right? And that's why even you see when I built this one, I put relative volume in it, because I don't want stocks that are just doing normal volume. Now, that doesn't mean that all of my scans have high relative volume filters in them, but it does mean that, that's more or less what I focus on for a lot of my trading. Again, just to filter out noise. Same with short float, same with these things. I want to see some larger than normal number, something that's going to perk up the attention of someone, right? A institution, a hedge fund, a bunch of traders, something, right? So someone's going to get interested that this stock is doing what it's doing. So that's kind of why I look. So yeah, I sort all those three scans by relative volume. Again, you can change them. Or no, sorry, not all three. The scan, the big one that I showed, is done by short float, just because I want to see. Let's get this again. This one's done by short float, just because that's kind of the premise behind it. Is that I'm looking for stocks that have a very high short float. Right, so this SGBI, Sinclair Broadcasting Group, never heard of these guys, but just taking a look at them here, there is some interest, right? First of all, 52% short float is pretty substantial, which means if they get going, there's a chance that something could happen. Now, they seem like a TV broadcaster, so I don't think, they're going to change the world anytime soon, but there's enough people in there that are interesting. So I would take a look at this and start, looking at technical patterns now and say, okay, well, right, we've got this kind of consolidation that's happening here. And then on the bottom here, we have this kind of clear support area right here. Looks like it penetrated that support, came back up, and it had a hammer yesterday and a hammer today. So what I may do is, set a price alert or something for that above these prior highs, and then come back to the stock if it breaks those and something happens, right? And right where your support is, so you're not risking an insane amount, right? Things like that. But so that's how this scan will kind of go. Is I'll just take a look at them, and if they are short and it looks like it's kind of popping up, like this SKT is with 50% of the float short. I know that if things kind of get going here around $6, that it could pop to 7, and my stop's going to be 30 cents away, right? So that's a 3-to-1 risk reward on that, and something that I'd be super happy with. So kind of a little bit of a thought process. On my charts, I have volume bars in the bottom. What moving average should I add to the volume indicator? That's up to you. You can see with my daily chart, I actually don't have get rid of that. I don't have volume on that. I don't use volume myself. I don't find that I get a lot of value out of it. I like relative volume as a scan criteria, but just the volume number itself, I'm not too interested in. I over here have the volume, and I have the average daily volume. Let me highlight these. I've got the volume today here, and the average daily volume right around here. And I keep these up on the screen because I want to know those, but I really don't care just on this volume histogram too much at all. I leave it up intraday just because I want to note if there's any spikes that are occurring, but you know, away we go. So you can use whatever you want for a moving average there. It's just not really my thing. I know there's a lot of people that would disagree with that. There's a lot of people that use volume and love it, and I'm never one of those people that say do the thing that I do. But that's just the way I do. It's one of those things, if whatever you're doing is working, stick with it. If it's not, you're not making money, time to jump ship. Oh, every one of my... Oh, in that account, my swings just turned green. Not bad. You don't care how easily you can get in and out, or you talking swing trades. Well, no, you don't get that from the volume histogram, how easy you can get in and out, right? You get that from the amount of volume that's been done today and the amount of volume that's been done on average. And I'd even say the amount of volume that's been done on average isn't as relevant as the amount that's been done today. That's going to give you your quickest and most relevant liquidity statistic is just what has happened today. The reason I don't look at a volume histogram is because, say the stock normally does 10,000 shares a day. But today, for example, and I'm sure I could find an example of this. If you think of one, let me know. But today, it's doing an insane volume. So today, it's doing 10 million shares. Normally does 10,000 shares. Today, it's doing 10 million shares. The histogram is not going to tell you anything, really. It's just going to show a giant, blue bar, in my case, right here. But what I would just rather is see that number, and also, a stock that's normally doing 10,000 shares today, or 10,000 shares a day, and today is doing 10 million shares, is going to have a relative volume in the hundreds or the thousands or the tens of thousands. So what would happen is you're just going to see that in the relative volume figure. So that's where I focus, is the relative volume figures myself. Again, the only reason you have a histogram is if you want to see how this candle compared to that candle, compared to that candle, compared to that candle kind of thing, right? I would like to set a price for volume spike on a specific signal. Yeah, no problem. So, the cool thing about that, let's just do that here. So if I got you right, you're looking to get a list of kind of your own stocks that you want to add and remove from that list. And you want to know when those are making big spikes. So what I would do is I would take an alert window. I would start it from scratch, and then you can add things like, let's just add the running up, right? So we want to get stocks that are running up like that. But we only want to look at that for our list. So what you can do is you can go over here to the symbol list tab right there, and then you can actually pick which list you want to go to. So let's click on my liked, just so there's something on there, which this is a list that I created, right? So you can see my liked is this list of stocks right here. So what I've done is I've created that list. It's out of date because I was on vacation last week, but this is a list of stocks that I currently have on watch. So what I did is I just basically told the system, I want you to only look at my list, right? I want you to look at this list only, ignore the rest of the stocks in the market, and I want you to alert me when one of these stocks are running up. And then what you do is you get an alert window like this. Like, so it's just telling me that CHNG. Now I did a very, a very loose thing, right? But what you could do is you could tighten that, and you could say, I want to see really whatever you want. So change in 1 minute. So I want to make sure the change in, I don't know, let's say 5 minutes. And this might not show anything, but I want the change in 5 minutes to be, what do you have here? 5%. And for that, I'll just say I want it to make a new high of day. But again, because the symbol list tab says right here, only the following lists, and I have this list ticked right here, it's only going to look at this list. And this is a list that you can add and remove stocks throughout the day or the day before or however you want. And what it's going to show me, and again, there might not be anything here. Let's go to all. But it's only going to show me when stocks on my list here have moved more than, 5% in 5 minutes. And then from there, if I want to make it just alert me by sound, so here is, I don't know how old these are, they're probably old. GEVO, let's go back. And again, I probably just don't have a good list for this. But yeah, it alerted me right here when GEVO started to spike up in this areas where it looks like it started to print through. Now I can go, if I want this to make a sound, I can just right click and I can go properties and actions and then play sound. And I can have it play a beep or read it out or something like that. So let me know if that worked, right? Because once you play sound, right, you can set up sound, you can add in your own wave files, you can have it do text to speech where it will try to read the symbol, right? You can control all your volume and do everything from there. But, this is the best way to do that. And one of the things that I really like about that, again, if I'm doing what it is that you're looking for, is I actually trade a lot from that. Yes, the symbol list feature will work as long as whatever scan you're building works in pre-market. Then it will work. I do a lot of, I'm not now because I'm going slowly into the market, but what I'll do a lot of is you can trade with that. Like, so if you get that, if you find that the symbols that are going through that list, you would just like the system to enter for them as soon as they hit, you can actually add that alert window that I set into Brokerage Plus and have it traded. So this is something I do all the time, where I will scan through the night before or the morning of and say, for example, let's just take a look at this SPAQ. So if I said I wanted SPAQ to break yesterday's high, and I wanted to buy it, and I wanted to put out a stop, and I wanted to put out a target, and I want to put all these, I want the whole trade to be set up, but I want to point the system at the stock I wanted to trade. You can do that by creating a symbol list, like this, with the liked thing clicking the symbol list, and you can say I want to look at hitting the just those stocks. You just add those to a thing, and you would say I want stocks making a new 2-day high. You could say I don't want them to have gapped a lot, things like this. And then you can, the same way I did with the position and range before, when we were talking about the pre-market thing, you could do that with yesterday's range and then buy the stocks that you're interested in as they're breaking out of highs, and then just let the system do the trading for you. And for me, I love this because it allows me to focus on what I think I'm good at in trading, which is finding the stocks with potential through the statistical analysis I run and the strategies I've developed and the technical analysis that I've honed my eye on. But where I am bad and where I know I am bad is in the actual picking of the individual trades and, managing 10 positions during the market open, things like this. It's just not my style to be that laser focused and concentrating, and I have a lot of different things going on in my life with the consulting I do here with trade ideas, other business arrangements, things like that. So I love that I can find something and away we go. So you can do a lot with symbol lists. I highly recommend them. You can also, with symbol lists, which is neat, is you can actually, let's open up this alert window, you can exclude symbol lists. So probably all of you guys, and I know I do, have a shit list, we could call it, of stocks that you don't like. You could go, instead of saying only the following lists, you could say exclude the following lists, where if there's certain stocks you don't want to see, you can do that as well. So, you can go through and you can say, hey, every time I trade Yelp, I lose, right? Me and Yelp just don't get along. You could add Yelp to quote unquote a shit list and then point all your scans to ignore Yelp, and you'll never see Yelp again. I know back in the day, not so much now, but back in the day when I was a very active day trader, I had a list of stocks that I just knew if I took a trade on it, just wasn't going to work out. So I did the same thing where I created this list and I said, I don't want to see these stocks anymore. Every time I touch them, I lose. Hi, how can you have the alert trigger only if another symbol, e.g. Microsoft, say is bottoming, NASDAQ reaches the low of the day? Well, how would you know it's bottoming, I guess, is the main question. That's what you'll have to build the scan for. You can just say, I want to know when Microsoft's hitting a low of the day, but you're not going to know it's the low of the day, obviously, till the end of the day. So a little bit more description of what it is that you want to see a bottoming, you could do that. You can also say that you want the NASDAQ to be up or down in a period of time. Just go in and search and then hit QQQ, right? These are the NASDAQ filters you have divergence filters if you're looking for the NASDAQ to go one way and Microsoft to go the other. You can do that with these two divergence filters, the positive and negative market diversions. But knowing something is hitting the low of the day, you can say it's hitting the low of the day right now just by using the new low filter like that. But right, you won't know if it's the low of the day until till the end of the day. I wish, right? How great would that be? Oh, sweet, perfect. So yeah, so new low. I like the divergence. I like the positive market divergence just because it kind of shows you, um, stocks that are not just up a lot, but they're up a lot when their corresponding sector is down, or they're up way more than that. You want to try to find, especially for revision to the mean, right? If we add this and we'll say, I don't know, this has got to be 20 and 20, you're going to find a lot of stocks out there. Oh, I think I have this pointed to a symbolist. One moment. You're going to find, oh, all symbols, okay. Maybe there's just nothing going that crazy for this. But you're finding stocks that are, way above or way below what their corresponding markets are doing. And, we know that relative strength and relative weakness are, I hate the word the easiest ways to trade, but they kind of really are, right? It is the most studied form of trading. So, right, so this, I don't know how long ago this was. This was way back here, where I guess the market was down and this was up. But these positive divergence are interesting, right? So because these are in the Qs, it's going to give you QQQ ranges, right? So BICG, this holdings, big commerce holdings, way up. And then if we go to yesterday or the previous day in the market, you could see the market wasn't up nearly that much at all. So this question is, which brokers do I use? So I use current. So I'm, first of all, preference, I'm Canadian, right? So my rules are different from your guys' rules. So I don't have a pattern day trader rule. We don't have the kind of brokers that you guys do. So again, I'm different, and our brokers suck. Is another thing to put it, is that we have these big banks that are brokers, and they charge exorbitant fees. So I use Interactive Brokers, and I use Interactive Brokers A, because they're the cheapest here. B, I use Interactive Brokers because they're the cheapest in Canada, straight up. And I have absolutely no problem with paying small commissions. Some people, it's their, all of the low or the zero commission guys out there are all having problems, right? And this is just kind of a truth that you need to look at some point, right? I've heard Robinhood and TD and E-Trade even, and all of these guys, as soon as they went zero com, isn't it crazy? As soon as they stopped making money from retail traders in a huge way, they stopped supporting a lot of their softwares. So Interactive Brokers, yeah, I'll pay $1 to get in and $1 to get out, but it works, right? And then the third reason I use IB is obviously because it's the only one that integrates right now with Trade Ideas, and I do all of my trading through Trade Ideas, and that's from, well, you're a Canadian too, so my RSP account is with them, which is, I think is the Americans watching, it's equivalent of the IRA account. I can have all of those things plugged into Brokerage Plus and have them trading different styles and philosophies. Obviously, my retirement account, I do like some sort of portfolio rollover method, things like these. But yeah, that's what I use. I will say that I've heard that Tastyworks is coming up to Canada soon. I will probably be opening another account with them. I would say I most definitely will be opening another account with them when they do. They will be zero com, and from what I hear, their platform is amazing and it's lightning fast, and their apps. I'm an Apple nerd, and their Mac apps and iPhone and iPad apps and everything are great. So again, I will not necessarily switching all at once, but I'll give them some money to open up an account with for sure. Are there new brokers coming to Brokerage Plus? Yes. TD Ameritrade, E-Trade, and Alpaca are all in the works. But what I will say is there's no ETA for these as of yet, right? These things take time and they're not built yet. And then after they're built, we have to test them. You know what I mean? So Webull is also really cool. Is Webull in Canada? If so, I'll take a look. Children's Place. Our trade of the week, Children's Place, would have triggered in through here. No, they're not in Canada. Yeah, so if they're not, I'm not, I can only deal with who I deal. The other one I'm going to look at is Wealthsimple for maybe some RRSP stuff. But yes, you can set up RRSP, which again, for you non-Canadians, which I know there's more of you than us, is kind of like your IRA, where, it's tax-deferred accounts. You can trade tax-deferred accounts through that. I like doing that. I like, I have different trading styles. My margin accounts are going to be more aggressive and use more leverage. You can't use leverage in retirement accounts, so they're going to be a little bit slower styles. I'm going to look at, weekly charts or something like that for those. I'm working on strategies now that are relative strength rotation type strategies, things like that. So, but yeah, you can go into Interactive Brokers with our new beta. If you guys aren't on the beta, check it out. And you can go into the accounts here and you'll actually be able to pick. This one's a VPS that I use just to show you guys stuff. But if you were connected to IB2, you would see all of the different IB accounts you have. So I've got 3 accounts with them. I've got 2 margin trading and one of my RSPs. And then again, I can just point different trading strategies. So if I right click and I go place trade, all of these different strategies, I have ones on my live accounts that are set to different accounts. So I can say buy using my margin account, buy using my retirement account, or buy using this third account that I have with a couple of the other guys from Trade Ideas where we kind of play around. So we go from there. Isn't Tasty work for options? Tasty trades big about options, but their broker, you can trade options and stocks and futures in them. US and Canada when they get up here, I believe. But it's a great platform. I met the guys that worked there a couple times when me and Sean were traveling, back when travel was a thing. They know what they're doing. They're the original people that built Thinkorswim and then left to build this platform. So they're not new at this kind of thing. Any issues you have with IB, automated strategy, lag, slippage, stuff like that can destroy your strategy. That lag and slippage, no. Well, lag, no. Slippage is all about whatever your strategy is, right? If you're getting a lot of slippage and quote unquote lag in your strategy, then you're probably you're trying to either high frequency trade, which will obviously never happen for you, trading retail, or you're not trading enough liquidity. So I make sure that, I've been auto trading for many years. So I've gotten to the point where I know whether or not a strategy is realistic in the real world or not. And within Trade Ideas, you can say, I want to limit the spread, I want to increase the volume, I want to do all this to make sure that you have the liquidity for your strategy. It's very, very important. Can you do shorts in your RSP and IB? That's not up to IB. You just can't short sell in any RSP account, right? These rules aren't set by the brokers; they're set by the government bodies, right? So, like for Americans with the pattern day trader rule, it doesn't matter what broker you go to, as long as that broker is domiciled in the U.S. They have to play by that rule. So same with us and our. I think it's the same with Americans too, with IRA accounts. I don't think they can short sell those in those accounts either. So question, a good limit offset when it comes to building a strategy. And again, a lot of these, I know you guys hate the answers, but it depends on your strategy, right? So that's basically a limit offset for the people who aren't into the auto trading yet, is how aggressive you want your trades to be. The more negative this number, the more aggressive your order entry is. So, for example, the IB guy was talking to me. Might have been a glitch with IB for data. Seems fine now, though. If you're doing a revision to the mean strategy where you're counter trend trading, then you can get away with maybe a positive one, right? The more negative, if you're doing a breakout strategy, you're going to need to be more aggressive, right? So, if I'm trying to buy a stock that's pulling back, I can maybe put my order even a little bit below the market and try to get hit before it gets reversed. If I'm looking for a stock that's breaking out, I better have a pretty aggressive order because the stock's kind of moving away from me as I'm trying to place a trade. So first, look at your strategy and what it's trying to do. What I would do for limit offsets is record what you think your entries should have been and what your entries actually were every day, and see, are you getting the trades that you think you should get? If you're getting all the trades you think you should get, then you might want to try to get a little bit cheaper, right? And kind of go from there. Okay, I asked because when I use an order to entry on Brokerage Plus, I commonly get filled 5 to 8 cents above my price. Well, that means you're telling the system that you're okay with getting 5 to 8 cents above your current price, right? So you're saying I'm okay with having 8 cents above, right? It's the only way that you can get that is by saying that you're okay with it, right? If you say you're not okay with that, then you won't get that fill, right? So then the question is, what are you trading? Are you trading things with 5 to 8 cent spreads? Well, then that's the way the market works, right? I really encourage anyone who's getting into auto trading to just spend some time looking at level 2 of your stocks. I don't use level 2 anymore. I spent 10 years of my life staring at level 2 before the computerization of the market, and was able to make a bunch of money off you get a so it's, what are you trying to do, right? Yeah, so Usam just said, right, through trial and error. And that's exactly the best way to do it right now. You should be building into your system saying, it doesn't make sense to have a strategy that, you're telling the system it's okay if you take 8 cent slippage on the way in, without building that into your system and saying I'm okay taking 8 cents on the way in. It's like, what are you doing with your time? You know what I mean? Like you have to build into the system the slippages that you're willing to take, right? It just has to occur, because regardless of what you do, you're going to get slipping. So yeah, it's one of those, it's playing. So then another question, you don't offer hotkeys in Brokerage Plus, do you? No, we don't. We have some hot buttons, right, to sell half and to buy and whatever. What we do offer for speed, though, and I like better. Now, if you're looking to scalp, you're looking to, offer into a stock and then bid out of that stock 10 cents later, pick up a DAS trader, or something like that. Will get you going. Um, the that kind of stuff is fine. We're not in the scalping game, right? The scalping game's kind of been killed a lot of. We're in kind of the more longer term. Um, so you can play with that. But what I like is, let me see. Do I have something actually? I think I do. If I remember this right, it's been on vacation. But when I right click and I click trade this and I buy this using 123, yeah, it will. You see how it bought quickly? It put the stop at today's low, and it will actually sell this for me at the end of the day. So we have the ability to write these kind of scripts real quick and simple, where it will automate stop losses and that kind of stuff. And that's fine for if you just want to enter quickly and have everything done for you. But if you're one of those persons that you want to short PLC right here and you want to quickly just start bidding out as it goes, and these scalping techniques, it's not really what our thing. So yeah, so again, it's really define hotkeys kind of thing, right? So I am just getting the hook right now from Barry. So I'm going to log off and you should see him right away. It's great to be back. I know I was probably a little slow with my brain getting everything back in order, but um, back. And again, I usually stream on Wednesdays, but I just did a little switch with Steve this week. So I will talk to you guys soon, and at the very least, see.
Let me know when you've stopped, Michael. Nice call, yeah, Fred. Boy, two great calls by you today. The what? The APDN, the APDN. Sting guys, STNG. After that little pullback, looks like it wants to go higher. Now, what sort of room does it have? Look at the weekly chart. You know what? I mean, it does have some room, maybe to the 14 level. Okay, thank you, Michael. Okay, I'm back in the YouTube feed. You guys are shorting space, SPCE. All right, guys, and I'll probably take a little, well, it's not a break. I'll be doing my video pretty soon. Definitely interested in Sting, STNG. The longer it holds, the only issue is, I mean, there's looks like there is a lot of resistance not that far away, unfortunately. And as a closer look on that weekly chart, you're looking at that daily chart. It's too bad this was here, man. If this weren't here, I mean, look at all the room SDNG has. Capri is another one, guys. It looks like it's trying to give it up. CPRI, not trying. Boy, it took out that, broke out of here, 1820, and now it is continuing down for a while anyway. Okay, guys, I'm going to do my video. What time is it? 1:02. I should be back by, I'm going to put 1:25, but I'm sure I'll be back earlier. But just in case, again, I always have to say that in case I have some technical difficulties. Before I go, AQB is starting, well, let me just finish this, doing the video. Okay, and if you want to follow along, not while I'm doing it, but sign up for it, all I have to do is click in subscriptions, and then where it says Barry's homepage, it's TNG, guys. And right here, watch daily market recap videos. You can sign up for it right there. So I'm just going to actually put the link into the room. All right, guys, I'm putting myself on mute now. All right, guys, I'm back. And let's see what is happening in this little window here. RDHL 854 on the alert. Whoa, this one has this. Now this one has some room. Where's that 200-day? That's far enough away. This one has room, guys. RDHL. So let's keep an eye on this. RDHL 854, relatively low float. 33 million in the float. All right, keep an eye on. I mean, look left. Look how much room this has. And what was the other one that triggered in? OCX, another real cheap one. OCX. Oh, let's see. Well, it's got room. I mean, you know, if it can get up to 170, 180 from 150, that's a nice percentage move. And it's not a low float. 57 million in the float, so it's certainly not a low float situation. But you know, it's running away. So I mean, you can't take it now. You have to wait for it to somehow. In fact, where was the alert? 147. Too bad it wasn't right there on that volume. Thing is, it's at 12 o'clock, so this window here does not kick in until 12:30. Okay, so this is one, somebody said that this one is being added to one of the S&Ps, maybe a mid cap or something, RCM. Boy, MRSN is still strong. I mean, look how, I mean, a very, very minor pull. Well, actually, I guess it looks actually worse than I thought. 1773 all the way down to 1720. But since then, it is just kind of basing MRSN right around that 1770 mark. Again, wait for some volume. If the volume comes in, pops it. It still has room. Looking left, it has about $1 to the next high. Looking left on the daily chart. 200-day is it's way above it, so that's no issue. So guys, today is Tuesday, so there is a marketing meeting at 2 o'clock that I attend. Boy, look at SPAC, guys. SPAQ. That's you know, I don't know how many standard deviations it's away, but I mean, this is just no stopping it yet. I mean, look left. Look how much room it has. SPAQ. Meanwhile, wow, and this has got to be at least look. SPRO. Look at the little consolidation. Look at the volume that has come in. Probably coming into resistance, you would think, up in this area. Coop. Yeah, I mean the same thing. I mean, look at Coop. It's not quite consolidation. It's been gently moving up on the 15s. Not huge volume. 23. Still 7 minutes for this to close. Not huge volume. You know, I'd love to see something like that there. But 2004, Yeah, I mean 21. I mean, so the next high looking left on the monthly is around 21. Yeah, this has, I mean, obviously this has room. Coop has room. Ah, well, I mentioned RDHL guys, and now it is just starting to move. Well, look, I mean, keep an eye on this OCX. I mean, there's the next high looking, or the next, it's broken the next high looking left by a couple of pennies, and you know, I mean, it has some room to get into this 170 mark. Not bad. Oops. Oh yeah, it's way above it. I don't. Did I say it was below it? It's way above it. 11. I think I said it's not doesn't come into play. I thought that's what I said. A couple others that I said were above it, like AVEO and SLNO. Those are the two that were above it. Okay, Tricon TCON, which was super alive last week, is now, excuse me, is now above. Of course, those highs right there. Low float, 7.8 million in float. Volume came in. Problem is, I mean, it's such a chase on the fives. The volume is great though. I mean, look at the volume on the 15s just picking up. Meanwhile, RCM is just screaming higher. Boy, I don't. Well, this is an all-time high now. That's why I was going to look. Well, where is the resistance? There isn't any anymore. RCM is an all-time high now. Well, this is killing me. Look at RDHL, 859, 885. I mean, that was a great percentage move, 25 cents. And challenging now, 9 RDHL. Exactly, Torps. I 100% agree with you. 100% agree with you. All these, like a lot of these small ones, are just they don't care. Now, the market has flattened out. The market has done nothing. So after that initial gap down, the market really hasn't done much. At least, well, maybe if I back this out, yeah, I mean a little bit, but I mean it's really not done that much. Hasn't broken out on the top side or the downside. Another SPAC, guys. Excuse me, HCAC. Another SPAC. So again, guys, I'm not picking very good ones to demo how to use Brokerage Plus in the simulation mode. So this got stopped out also. I'm just using these as demos, these symbols as demos, but just to show you that you put a stop and it'll take you out, and that's it. There, that stop right on the chart. Even Macy's having a little resurgence. Look at the volume that came into Macy's here. Well over 2 million shares. It's a big float, but look at the volume that came in. Biggest volume bar of the day. Look on the fives. The volume coming into Macy's. Symbol M, of course. Meanwhile, Spiro continues after that little base, little consolidation. Volume came in, SPER. Look how choppy this weekly is, but wow, what a weekly candle. I mean, well, weekly, this is today. One day wiping all this out just about. SPRO. HCAC. It looks like it's getting riper and riper for a short. Oh man, what a miss. RDH, well for me anyway, RDHL. I mean, it's got a ton of room still. RDHL. I mean, it's getting close probably to a shorting level, but from that alert, 854, basically up to 9, just a great percentage move. Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on this HCHC. Well, Fred, you have earned your keep today with those two calls, the APDN, and I can't remember the first one. You'll let me know. I shouldn't be lazy. MICT, right. MICT. Well, even this one, I mean, 356 now, the 370. I know it seems so extended on the fives, but did you jump the gun, William? Were you waiting for 11:30 for HCAC? All right, guys, market is actually trying to put a little bit of a move up here. See, just inching up. Yeah, I see this NAS is only down 280 now. I think it was down at 1.400. Okay, so AQB looks like it has room maybe to the 4 level. Right there, that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks ago, or 5 or 6 weeks ago, it's at 355. It's at 356. I'm looking at that weekly candle right there. So it is right at the same level. Takes that out. It has a chance, I guess, to get to that 4 level. AQB, low float, 5.7 million in the float. Okay, next one I take. I don't care. Well, QTNT guys is just over 5. New high for the day. Market is starting to move higher here. I want to watch this to see. I know I said take the next one. I just want to see a clear 5 a little bit more. And then because it does have some room, look at the daily chart. Maybe to 577. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there. However, 517, yeah, last week was a high of last week. So right here, well, well, like Torp said, there are so many. This, doesn't have the feel. I mean, the market's starting to recover just a little bit. Doesn't have the feel of a big down day with all these little ones that are just, ripping. Look at next here. I just wish QTNT wasn't so close to this 5. I wish it were about 507, 508. Take that trade. Except okay, here's what I'm doing. 517. That's probably giving up too much though. Guys, I mean, this little window is pretty awesome right now. 356 up to 385. Big percentage moves. No, no, not for a day trade. I don't care. I don't care about the score index at all for a day trade. Okay, just a minute, guys. See what's happening here. Okay. Yeah, it may be real. It's these things are having a field day though so far. You know, they look like they're super extended, but I mean this may stop here, but okay, so this is now basing nicely. QTNT is basing nicely. You still have to worry a little bit about that 517, but you know what? We get some volume in here. Got to take this trade. So I'm sticking it a little around 508. You don't have to take the trade. I'm just saying, talking out loud. And to heck with this 517. Man, SPRO, just a rocket ship now. What a horrible looking monthly chart. I mean, you know, you look at these topping tails, bottoming tails, weekly chart, the same thing, but man, what a daily candle. This is just wiping all this out. Too bad there wasn't a bigger short float percent. People just scrambling to cover. There's no strategy. I was just showing people how to take trades in the simulation trading, Joanne. This has got nothing to do with any strategy at all. In fact, for fun, so let me take a short of this one. I'll put a stop at 11:31. Okay. So there's the stop right up here. You can see right on the chart. Could be a symbol name change. Yeah, probably to me it's a symbol name or announces corporate name change, yeah, to Vine. So that was Menlo Therapeutics before. So they changed their name, and that's why it looks like an IPO. I think that was MNLO. Let's see if that. Yeah, so that's what it was. It was Menlo. It was this. So for whatever reason, they changed their name to Vine. Well, this was a short-lived pullback, maybe for Acre, AKER. It's 274, 277. You know, guys, I mean, if it takes this out, I know it might be extended. I know it might break every standard deviation rule, but if it takes this out, I mean, it's got a ton of room. CODX alive again. 929 was the original alert. I'm not saying you could have kept it the whole time, but 929, maybe get rid of some of that pullback. Hold some. 929, 1173. Again, you want to follow my watch list? New from the toolbar, new channel bar, and Barry's watch list. Okay, you'll get these free windows plus a couple of charts. You're not getting anything else. It's just getting you to concentrate on these alerts that you get. It's funny because the watch list today was not that big. So what happens here is that these signals, I have a watch list, and it's has more signals than just these, or symbols than just these ones. And some filters have to be met for them to show up here. So basically, I attach the watch list to the alert window, and then if the filter requirements are met, then we get the alert. So there are probably, I think I have 25 symbols in my watch list today. These are the ones that triggered from them, or from it. All right, a 3-bar pullback on the 5-minute chart for OCX. I'm somewhat interested in this one. You know, it came right here, OCX at 147, so it's back at the trigger. Okay, now this is basing nicely. QTNT is basing really nicely here. Love to see it base a little more and then get some volume and just pop it up. So that's why I have my alert set up here around 507. Now, if it hits 507 but there's no volume, I won't take the trade. But if there's volume, and before somebody says, well, how much volume is volume? It's not how much, it's in relation to the previous candles or volume bars. So if I saw something that, was, something like that here, that'll get me very interested. All right, guys, we're getting closer to 2 o'clock. That marketing meeting starts at around 2 o'clock. So all I'll do, I'll be putting myself on mute. I'm still here, so I can answer text-wise. I'll just be off the mic. Just one moment, please. Our MRSN, guys, looks like it looks like there could be pretty good support, not that far away for MRSN, but yeah, around 1759 or so. I don't see VFF halted. It is definitely halted. Why don't I see? Oh, I know why. The volume is too low. Not showing up. Meanwhile, SPRO continues here. Who knows? Maybe it'll make an all-time high today. Probably has to get up to this level here, 20. I'm not saying it's going to. Just kind of kidding. Excuse me, kind of kidding. I mean, guys, you know, the volume is big, but it's not like incredible. You know, 14 million in the float, so it's traded the float. It has not traded the float. What am I saying? It has not traded the float. I mean, it's 21 times normal, but it, you know, so it doesn't trade very much usually, but not like we're talking about, you know, 20 million shares have traded. And look at the move. All right, guys, this meeting may start now, so I'm just going to put myself on mute. Nothing really to add, Scott. Other than welcome back, Michael. All right, everybody, I'm now back. Boy, look at DPHC. Look at what happened at the beginning of the day. So a lot of these SPACs. And guys, I hope some of you were able to take advantage of that next. I know William, he took advantage on the short, but wow, I mean, what a move. Once it took out two, I mean, screamed up 235 before it pulled back. Still looks interesting. You know, the trend is up. There is higher lows, have some bottoming tails, how about some topping tails too, but I mean, there was a reason why it did get up to 235. You know, keep an eye on the next NEXT.
Yeah, I think what happens is that they pull them out from the head, but sometimes as the baby is going to come out, the baby turns around, and sometimes it's very difficult till they do what they call reach, which is instead of coming naturally down on their head, they actually get stuck in the other position. But when it's, well, obviously the baby was it was not yet at the time of coming out because they keep them in the incubators.
All right, guys, so it's 232. So typically, yeah, I know. I remember Fred. I do. I had to go back into the posts.
In the right temperature. I can't imagine how worried they will be with COVID going around and all that.
All right, guys. So closing the room around 3. Always stay later if there are questions. Otherwise, I'll shut the room down at 3.
That's so strange, that he's super worried. Yeah, we just have to, I guess, support him in whatever he needs. Maybe you can offer, because he's writing to you, but maybe just offer anything he needs. Oh yeah, well, I thought Anna's parents were arriving, but they were going to, was it his parents? Because they were going to go into quarantine, I think. He would have said, but anything he needs, like even taking care of Lucia, this is
75 years old.
offer. Not that good, but I will watch her, whatever she does is going to say, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Exactly. Don't even remember.
Really? Oh. But they're so small that they go, well, no, sorry, I'm getting confused. Ranking, I know
Come
they're
on,
so
next.
small. I think it requires a good planning, so they might regret that. Yeah. So, do you think, what's the name of the company?
All right, so QTNT did not. That's why I waited. You know, I had this price alert set right up here, 508, and that's why I waited. Did not happen. So
Little airports, and no one has heard of them, but WSP will
no
come
issue there.
and we are away, keep them hidden, and then they will take their design and show it. That's what,
Boy, I mean, yeah, this was down, but wow, I mean, geez, you got to be so fast on these.
let me see. Yeah, but no, I mean in other little airports. I know that WSP will
No,
come.
I mean, no, I mean, people want to look at the pre-market,
No one has
so
heard of them.
I'm going to keep it the way it is.
A whole bunch of airport planning
When I
people
leave, guys, you know, you guys
from
can
WSP.
certainly. I mean, Real is not going to stick around after 3 o'clock. Okay, so I mean, I'm not going to put that on him.
But Dan, do you feel confident that
What I do, I know I think I've said this before. It's a little bit selfish, but typically when I shut down the room. It allows me the opportunity to maybe do a couple of trades completely on my own, not having to worry about monitoring.
Yeah.
But it's a full day. I mean, we're 6 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what you mean during the day after. Yeah, I'm not sure I know what you meant. I mean, power hour is 3 to 4. I mean, after hour trading to me is.
Talking about Erin, and you said, the chance of leaving the
I mean, I'm not
business.
saying there's nothing that takes place. Of course, especially if it's an earnings play or something like that. But
Talk a little bit
I've
about
really not been
that.
that interested in after hours.
I know she worked for a
Pre-market,
while for
yep,
you,
but
but
not after hours so
I
much.
never thought of her like that, and I think in the choices that we have, and hopefully we can keep her happy and busy with other things. But Mary referred to me like if we have to do the investment of putting people into projects, definitely Alvaro and Adam are the priority over Erin. But if you look at the experience that she's getting, we have to really be careful with that. If you think she will run like,
When you say 1:30, I'm assuming you were talking about 1:30 West Coast time.
okay, that's good. Yeah, well,
Maybe I don't not understanding.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So, well, I worry a bit about the 3 next months happening. I was talking to Susan Walter, and she told me
Oh,
that
I see. You meant moving forward. Oh, okay, okay.
because of how we're doing here. And she says that the company is going to be doing big initiatives to try to engage clients and keep
Well,
them
I don't know about the whole market, but I'm certainly know that these some of these little guys, after 12:30. I mean, this is why I have it right here at 12:30.
to try
We get
to
some great
engage
moves.
them and get more work in other areas. And she said that she was quite worried about their situation.
Ah, there it is. OCX. There you are.
Stability. So I said,
OCX. A little bit of
well,
volume
you
came
have to
in.
tell me, but so I said, well, how do you see the next 3 months? And she said, well, hopefully that will be stable. But she wasn't excited about that, and it kind of worried me a bit. But who knows? Everything is so unpredictable. Like I said to her, Susan, we are here are going week by week, basically analyzing the situation. So hopefully, but that proposal that somebody put out, that is crazy. That now more than ever, when a proposal gets to us, we have to be so careful in how we write it and how we present ourselves.
Oops. Look at the SPY, guys. This is not good. Not good at all. Look at this. The SPY now is at the day's low.
Pushing low.
This is not good. I mean, well, if you're short, it's great, but look at this.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's at 45 minutes now.
I saw that you say something like what get rid of the six paragraphs or something like that. It was, but it needs to know it doesn't work like that. It needs to.
You too, Thomas. Well, little short on the HCAC. Let's see what it does at 11. This is in the simulator.
Did you tell him that? Because he didn't read your comments, obviously. He just,
Matt continues down. I mean, this we saw this in the pre-market. Didn't really have had some action, but it is now starting to move down. Another in the tech sector and below that 200-day moving average. Look below for AMAT where it could go. Not today, but this will be on the watch list, I'm sure, for tomorrow. See if it has a continuation down day. AMAT. As I say, now that it's broken down through the 200-day moving average.
Oh my god. But you don't know who is leading this because in reality, it looks completely like part of his writing. Like somebody has taken different sections that he might have marked up, taken from here and there. But his writing is always very convoluted. That doesn't it doesn't appeal in a. It's not in a how can I say in a way that conveys the idea.
That one got halted earlier, didn't it? Yeah, GTT actually, it's kind of interesting. It is kind of interesting. It got halted here, popped up. I don't know how many, I don't know if it got halted twice. No, just the one time. Got halted the one time. Now it's basing. It's not collapsed. Well, volume. As you know, we need volume. Get some volume, and yeah, I agree. This could be interesting. What was the high right here? It was 696. So you know, I have some room to 7. If it got there,
But not harsh by making the person understand what the goal is and how the city expects the proposals.
and it has room to maybe that 8 level, but needs volume. There's no volume at all right now. That's why it's just leveled out. No interest. And it's also not a low float, so I mean, you will take some volume to move it.
So if I yeah. So do you want me to write to him? Yeah.
Oh, look at court, guys. I mean, I'm not probably doing anything now, but look at court underneath the whole number 19. The low last on Friday was 1874. I'm not familiar with his VC patterns at all, James.
Yeah. Well,
Voluntary volatility contraction patterns.
right now it's
Yeah, I don't think we can do anything like that. I mean, we have cup and handle, I think.
maybe in a softer way.
Let me just see if we have anything that looks.
It's possible for me to give my comments directly to the person that is going to.
Yeah, I don't think we. I don't think we're going to be able to do that, James.
Avoid that you get involved and take your time. I know that you're busy. Like if we, but to say cancel and that, you can imagine what the.
Or the yeah, I don't think we're going to be able to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, you can ask Holly. Holly is incredible. She always actually reacts and gives you all the information. Oh, well, she's always a couple of times she's actually sending me emails and I talk to her, telling me what
All right, guys. I'm just looking at a couple things here. The next is one of them. I'm keeping an eye on it to see if it pops again.
tell her, Holly, I find that proposal is very hard to read and large organization. Who is leading? Who can I give this comment to?
Hey, Real, have you played any of your bouncers from your deviation?
When it's about doing
I know it's hard on a day like today, especially now, but
just finishing to that, and he doesn't see anything else.
my guess is that you have not.
It's not that important. Is Holly working right now? You have to go. But if he knows that you're getting on the side, he will get upset.
Ugly, 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 guys. If you're not into shorting, you're probably just sitting on your hands most of the time, most of the day, especially the last 3 days.
Silent, can I give you my
Take a look at the SPY now.
proposal? She's more taking
What
it.
these levels are. I mean, look at this 1, 2, 3. So now 333. Remember, it seemed to take forever for it to get to 339, which was the high
When is it due?
of the pandemic.
Oh, 2 days. Well, is he going? Yeah, but is he going to read the
No, it wasn't. I'm
comments?
sorry. Yeah, 339. 339 right there. So now we're underneath again.
Maybe she went, but I will ask him. Who can I read the comments directly? Because
I don't think I'm on mute.
I think he reacted badly, and
I am talking to the room.
tell me about that because he will
If,
start
if,
being
um,
personal with you.
if it is not, if the charts aren't changing for you, if you can hear me, you have to do a refresh. Okay? The gear icon, right over here, right there, right beside the gear icon. If, that usually solves all problems, including audio, but certainly charts not refreshing. Okay?
Yeah, I really hope. Well, Dan, if you could check with him, ask him if he needs anything, to not hesitate to contact. Like we can help him whatever he needs. Yeah. Okay.
No, I understand, but Luther was
Everything
saying
okay with your holiday? You're back in the office. Did you have a good
that
time?
the. So if he can't hear, well, if you can't hear me, obviously you cannot hear me. Luther, do a refresh.
But I called the
Okay, so in other words, make it three standards. Okay,
in the last.
instead of two. All right.
Oh,
Well, we talked about that last week. I mean, you might not get as many alerts, but they're better. All right, guys. This HCAC, I just took this in the simulator as a short. Now it's getting right to that 11. And next, come on,
another package from us.
249.
But he ordered a monitor, and then I asked him to order me a little drill for the nails, and then we ordered some color for the cat. Everything came normal, but the package of my drill did not. He got a message saying it's been delivered to resident, but we went to Iona Park and we were in Ambleside. Like we went kind of around the city. So I was going to go to Wilsburg, but I said no, and there was an accident on the
So
way.
are you putting it on the same chart, or are you actually having different charts?
Not to, and he gets a message saying package has been delivered to resident, and we were not here, and the package was not at our door, but it sounds like somebody else got it, and it disappeared. But then on the same day, we got
Oh, great day today, Fred.
packages have been left at the door. It sounds like that, and there was a picture.
Killer calls on the, as I say, the MICT and the APDN. Killer calls.
So yeah, and now I understand. Now I'm so upset that somebody took my package, but
Okay, so it doesn't get too jumbled up.
but I mean, it just bothers me that somebody took it.
I always find that so many indicators on a chart, you can get very
Yeah, but he
not
took it
confused, but
all day.
it just gets really messy looking.
He's at the window all day. Yeah. So Dan, you like the food from La Bodega, don't you? I think.
CNTY on the way down. What's support around 6?
Dryer. So I got home and I almost freaked out. It was like platinum blonde, weird. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. You know those platinum blondes that are on the street? I had highlights like that. So I called them and I said, I need you to fix my hair. Chad wasn't there because he doesn't work on the weekends. And she said, come right away. It was about 6:15
Okay.
p.m. when she said that she could do my hair immediately, okay? Because they don't dry it. They just send you home and you can't tell when the hair is wet. So I thought, oh, it looks pretty sparky, but I mean, not. So when we were, Barry took me downtown the weekend we went to do a toner and wash it, and I said, we thought we were going to have dinner at the parlor because we like it, but the parlor is closed. So I started looking for place to order, and
All
Johanna
right, guys. What time is it? 2:52.
with DoorDash. So I downloaded the
Just
app
kind
on
of
my
winding
phone,
this down now.
and I see La Bodega.
Again, if you have any questions for me, please ask them now.
Paella and a couple of tapas from La Bodega. But the presentation, Dan, was incredible. The paella came in a container that is like a really very different from other containers that I have seen, and all of them, like, it was so well packed and prepared. And the whole dinner, like when we ordered from here from Stevenson, it could be $100, something like that, 90, whatever, okay? Depending on what we ordered, but the whole dinner, and we ordered like the paella, potato, shrimp, dishes, was all $58. No, no, no. We order from other restaurants from Stevenson. There are hamburger places or Italian places or Greek, and the bill is never that little. Maybe because we order salads or whatever. But I mean, for this type of food, I want that for my birthday. I said we'll do a Spanish dinner. But I mean, it was so, and you're close. It was so well prepared and packed that yeah, that it took. When we got home, it was still very warm. Yeah. Yeah, the only thing is that when we drove there, passing through Hastings, oh my goodness, Dan, I cannot believe how Hastings is turning into. It's like really scary. I don't know if you have walked that way, but there are so many people on the street. Oh my God. But no.
William, are you still here? I can't remember if did you actually trade?
No, I was there.
Did you actually trade the HCAC? Yeah, my wife was working from home also, so
Yeah.
she's sort of in an open area today instead of her little office. So, did you trade the HCAC?
I was in Appleton.
Oh, okay. Because he wanted it to hit 2:30 or 2:30, 11:30.
That's funny. Oh.
I was wondering if you were going to stick to that. Hey, no problem, real.
Yeah.
It'll happen every year, just so you know. Okay, so maybe jot that down in your calendar. Maybe a week before, and so we can fix it or get it adjusted before we have to actually do it. All right.
Yeah. And they're all white.
Well, that did it for me, guys.
I
Okay.
love white flowers. I love white flowers.
I'm sure you were aware that I was all over this next. Okay, a little bit choppy, but oh, look at the volume that came in again. This will be the biggest volume of the day. I'm out of it now.
I wonder why it's saying fall joy. Does the flower come in the fall?
This is kind of back to my roots. just taking these little ones, and with lots of volume. So not a low float either. 108, 108 million in the float. Not a low float situation. So I'll be trying to pay more attention to this going forward. I mean, these didn't care really about what the market is doing.
What?
INBX, you guys were talking about INBX. Oh yeah, well,
Selling with the pot?
at the big day last week. That's right. I remember this day.
Yeah.
I do not remember this day.
Really?
This is this week. I'm sorry. This is today. This is today's candle. It's only one day, of course.
Yeah. Yeah.
Court.
No.
Well, this will be interesting. I mean, I know that the bias has been to short this one, but RCM, this is an all-time high. Added to the S&P, not the 500, no way.
Is this one that is green and reddish? Because like I have mixed. I have some ones
One
that
of the
are
S&Ps.
black in the winter. Oh, I've seen this one.
See you tomorrow, Real.
This one I think is one of the ones that you. Yeah, isn't this one of the ones that you can have in shade?
All right, everybody. Any other? Hey, goods, by the way. Sneaking in at the end of the day again.
Yeah.
Any other questions, guys?
And I'm amazed when it
The
says
generic guys.
winter plants that you don't have the sun. Like in my entry, only there are
I
about
do not see any, so I think I shall wind this up. Well, thanks again for all the help. Short week,
we got some plants that they call
a fun day.
winter. And
See what the market brings us tomorrow. So have a great evening, everybody,
a lot of sun.
and we shall see you tomorrow.